have been playing with my sound levels. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Good morning. Hello. Are you messing with me? Hey guys. Very quiet. Dang it. I have got the mic volume turned all the way up. Why? Dang it. Okay, how about now? Can you hear me any better now? I have no idea what is going on with my mic. Ugh. I've got the mic volume all the way up in settings. I've got my mic volume. I think I have it. I don't know. All this thing has is a stupid wheel with a color. Oh, I'm good now? Okay, this wheel. Okay, this wheel has 3 colors: blue, green, and red. And the book that came with the mic does not tell you what those colors mean. The worst instructions in the world. Okay. Okay. So, sound is good. And now I want to apologize for Saturday. Because Saturday I was in terrible, terrible, terrible pain. And I just wanted to get through that last video, and StreamYard kept crashing. And I was like, okay, guys, I'm done. Because I just wanted to get through that last one. And it just kept crashing and crashing and crashing. And I just wanted to get through that last one so I could go lay down. And I was just done because we couldn't get through that last video. So I need a haircut bad because it's grown out of its cute little cut and it looks like ugh. So having said that, I do not remember where we left off. I think that we were on the doctor. I guess I think he was the one that did the autopsy. Dr. Luis Pena. And I can't remember where we left off in his testimony. So I'm just going to start it over, if that's okay with y'all. Or if you guys can remember, you can guide me to that point. Okay. I had a weird pain in my side. You guys probably didn't notice, but well, yeah, because I kept turning my camera off because StreamYard kept crashing. Every once in a while, I'd go because I kept getting this pain in my side. The joys of fibromyalgia. We don't ever know what is going to hit next. So, where's Carla this morning? Okay. So, let's see if it's quit buffering yet. Oh, it looks like it has. Yay.
All right, the defendant is present with his counsel. The district attorneys are present, the jurors and the alternates are not. Is there something to do before we get to the juror?
For the prosecution, they're going to be assisting us during. There are some limiting motions that we'd like to get to today because they're the next witnesses, so we need to address them.
Now, but we'll get to them. Anything else? Are we ready to bring in the jurors?
One thing very briefly.
Yes.
I've raised this with Mr. Dixon, Mr. Jackson this morning regarding a potential witness later this week, Gregory Dunn. But I was praying over the weekend and was sensitive nature of this witness because of the privilege issue. I made a list and I was hoping that maybe at the end of the day, we could take a few minutes in chambers and go through it so we don't waste the jury's time.
Fine, thank you.
But that would absolutely be necessary to handle before we get that witness.
Okay. Anything else? All right, let's bring it up.
There's length of cross-examination. I want to make sure that the court doesn't believe, if you've read the motion, I just barely had a chance to scan it this morning.
Before his cross-examination, we'll on to it.
Is there anything that the court noticed or noted in their motion that I should be aware of on direct?
It started already. Oh, there you are, Carla. I was just about to DM you. Hey, Terry. It's too early for this. I guess so.
The purpose of the motion, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, is to cross-examine him on things that he hasn't reviewed, which has to do, my guess is probably some kind of psychological autopsy of the victim. Is that correct?
Well, there was two stuff that were sent to the medical examiner's district attorney's office that I asked for that discovery, where's his notes regarding his reviews, and it was reported to me that he didn't review that material that was sent by the district attorney's office that he reviewed. Others, I haven't seen any notes on that, but I'm going to have to wait to see what Dr. Pena says. I think that's what he says as far as what he reviewed or didn't review. We'll just have to wait till direct and see how that plays out.
All right. Does that answer your question or not?
No,
That's absolutely was necessarily a motion. It's just simply my take on the law as to what the scope of cross-examination could be, depending upon what the foundational facts are.
One of the things that I wanted to bring up before Dr. Pena testified, obviously, was that scope and what the defense. I mean, the motion is unbelievably vague. I mean, if they want to cross them on something, they should list what they want to cross them on so I can respond to it. I don't know what Mr. Ford is talking about with regard to just generally stuff that didn't rely on or stuff he might have relied on or stuff he should rely on. I mean, none of that is listed. If they're talking about the pumpkin pie stuff and Jennifer Hayes stuff, then we've got this issue that we need to discuss the presence of the jury.
I agree, but I don't think that will directly affect how you put on your direct.
Then I have no objection to waiting.
Okay, let's get going with the jurors.
Okay.
Let's bring in the jurors, please.
You do solemnly swear that the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated. Please state and spell your name for the record.
Luis Pena, first name is Louis, last name is Pena.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Doctor, what is your current position?
I'm a physician, a forensic pathologist in the position of Deputy Medical Examiner for Los Angeles County Department of Coroner.
What exactly is a forensic pathologist, doctor?
It is a subspecialty in pathology in which a doctor will perform autopsies on a daily basis to determine what is known as the cause of death or what is a specific injury or illness that caused that person to die. Number two, I'll determine what is known as the manner of death or the circumstances surrounding that death to mote it, whether it be a natural homicide, suicide, or accident, depending, again, on police input, mainly what is the manner of death. And that's mainly our two functions, cause of death and manner of death.
Doctor, do you hold a California medical license?
Yes,
How long have you held that license?
since 1991.
What education, training, and background qualifies you to perform the duties that you've just explained to the jurors that a forensic pathologist performs on a daily basis?
I have a medical degree from the University of Minnesota that I earned in 1990. I then did a residency program known as pathology for 6 years here in Los Angeles at the LA County Medical Center and also at the VA Hospital in Wadsworth in West LA. I then subspecialized in the area known as forensic pathology here at the Los Angeles County Department of Coroner for 1 year. As Mr. Jackson alluded to earlier, I hold a current California valid medical license since 1991. I'm board certified by the American Board of Pathology in the fields known as anatomic, clinical, and forensic pathology. And to date, I've done over 3,300 autopsies and testified about 260 times in court.
Doctor, do you perform an autopsy? You alluded to this just a second ago in an answer to an earlier question that you perform autopsies to basically come to two conclusions. The cause of death specifically and the manner of death. Correct? Describe for us what the difference between a cause of death and a manner of death is.
A cause of death is the specific injury or illness that will cause a person to die. So for a specific injury, it could be anything from like an auto accident, very simple. When someone receives what's called blunt force trauma to the body, as a result of those injuries, for example, head trauma, neck trauma, or commonly we see chest trauma, of course, they will die as a result of that, whether it be at the scene or at a residence or on the street, wherever, or in a hospital. That is known as the cause of death from an injury. Also, drugs are a notorious or injury type death. The other example of natural diseases, of course, you think of the heart. Heart disease is probably the number one disease that we see in our county, and those are causes of death. Matter of at the death scene or go to the hospital for us. They'll obtain medical records, talk to family, friends, the police.
StreamYard, darn you. I don't remember much about it myself. Just that there was this character that he ate Tums all the time, and they called him the Gas Man.
To discern from that information, does this need to be further investigated with
StreamYard, stop your chiz now.
maybe the detectives, do they need to get involved? So it's a team effort. So with all that information put together from the investigator coroner, the law enforcement agencies. And here in LA County, that can be the police department, LA Sheriff's Department, FBI. We work commonly, hopefully discern whether this is a manner of death that would be necessitate a classification as natural, accident, suicide, homicide, etc.
So from that answer, to use the first example that you used, if you were to take the garden variety case that you might be assigned to work on, you might assign a cause of death to be blunt force trauma to a certain particular individual. Yet the manner of death might need to go beyond just the autopsy table, look at extrinsic information and the circumstances surrounding that cause of death, blunt force trauma, and determine that it was a blunt force trauma caused by, for instance, a car accident.
That's correct.
Okay, and so the manner of death is separated from the cause of death insofar as the cause of death tells us exactly what mechanism caused the death, blunt force trauma or stab wound to the neck or whatever else it might be, versus the manner of death, how that death occurred or how that blunt force trauma or stab wound or whatever occurred, correct?
Yes.
All right. In each of those cases that you've talked about, and you said you've done somewhere in excess of 3,300 different autopsies, correct?
Yes.
All right. Here in the Los Angeles County Coroner's Office, is every deceased person assigned a very specific and unique coroner's case number?
Yes.
Describe how those coroner's case numbers are assigned.
We'll get a call through our investigations. There's a certain unit over there that receives all calls, whether it be from a hospital, law enforcement at a death scene, and they're right away given a number because it's going to be a coroner's case. They establish that we have to take jurisdiction of that case, whether it be trauma, violent death, suicide, overdose. We'll take all those cases, of course, and that number has already come in, has already been assigned, pre-assigned. So once our investigator coroner goes to the hospital to pick up that body, for instance, or goes to a death scene, that number has been already pre-assigned.
Are there ever any two coroner's case numbers that are assigned to two decedents who are assigned the same coroner's case number?
No.
Is the coroner's case number assigned by way of two separate numbers? The first number indicating the year of the decedent's death, and the second number, the sequential order in the coroner's office in which that decedent is assigned to a case.
Yes.
All right. So in other words, a coroner's case number that starts out 99-005 would indicate that in 1999, that was the fifth coroner's case number assigned. That decedent would have that coroner's case number. No other decedent would have that specific number, correct?
Yes.
In this case, did you perform or were you assigned to perform an autopsy on coroner's case number 2003-00937?
Yes.
And specifically, was that a decedent Lana Clarkson?
Yes, it was.
It was that coroner's case number 03, or what's abbreviated as 03-937. Is that a unique coroner's case number assigned to Lana Clarkson and only to Lana Clarkson?
Yes, it is.
Dr. Pena, when were you first assigned to begin reviewing this case?
I was assigned the case on a Monday afternoon. My boss called me, the chief medical examiner, about 4:15 in the afternoon on February 3rd, and noted that I would be assigned this case 03937, and the decedent was unknown. Actually,
is it uncommon for you to go to, or is it part of the course and scope of your job to go to a death scene if it's required?
It's very uncommon.
Did you go to the death scene in this particular case?
Yes.
And where was that? Was that at 1700 Grandview?
Yes, it was.
All right. About what time did you get there?
It was about 5:35 in the afternoon on a Monday, February 3rd, 2003.
Did you review the scene?
Yes.
And did you review Lana Clarkson's body as she lay where she was found?
Yes.
Why were you asked, or I guess I should rephrase that, why did you actually go to the crime scene or to the death scene?
Well, from my experience, it serves a couple of purposes. One is you're going to see the body at two different points in time. Actually, the day that I went on that Monday, February 3rd, in the evening, and once the scene was cleared, I was asked to go ahead and go into there's a foyer in the back of a home basically. But again, you can see the body at two different points of time. I'm going to see her actually at the moment there when she's sitting in the chair. I can assess her, get an overall general assessment at that time. And the second time I'm going to see her, of course, is the following day when I do the autopsy. And a second important point that I've learned from experience, you remember the case a heck of a lot better when you go to the scene. I don't know what it is, but my experience with you I have gone to, you do remember it a lot better, and you're more apt to pay attention to things. The other thing is that you hear firsthand when you're there, the detectives will come to you and tell you the local circumstances. They'll give you their impressions of what happened, what's going on. Now, here's what we heard, here's what someone may have said. And that's important. And so I factor all those in at that time.
Did you perform any procedure? Well, let me back up for just a second. I assume from your answer that this was not the first scene that you had actually gone out to, correct?
No.
Okay, so it had happened before?
Yes.
It's relatively rare, I assume.
That's correct.
All right. The fact that you went to 1700 Grandview, Doctor, does that mean that the facts and circumstances of this particular case do in fact stand out in your mind more than some of the other 3,300 autopsies that you performed in your career?
Yes.
Did you perform any procedures, Doctor, on Lana Clarkson at the location 1700 Grandview?
No.
Did you review her body?
Yes.
In other words, I think in medical terms, grossly look at her body, grossly review it, meaning visually.
Yes.
Okay. Did that assist you in ultimately making findings and opinions and conclusions in this case?
Actually, it did, yes.
Okay. At some point, Doctor, was the body of Lana Clarkson moved back to the coroner's office?
Yes.
And how was that facilitated?
That was done through our investigator coroner, Barbara Nelson, who was assigned that case that day. We had a coroner criminalist and toxicologist, Ms. Jamie Lintemoot, Lintemoot. Also present was the senior criminalist, Dan Anderson. And through their assistance, the body's moved onto plastic, from the chair onto a plastic tarp, and put onto a coroner van with the assistance of one of our technologists who brought the van in. And the body, that only body, was placed in the van and back to the coroner's office on that evening.
Because of the wounds, and we'll talk in much more detail in just a second about the wounds that you saw on Miss Clarkson. Because of the wounds that she had suffered to her head, was her head wrapped before she was moved?
Yes, I recall that with a towel they had put over her face.
Okay, and that is relatively, I'm assuming, standard procedure to kind of stem the flow of blood that may be a result of moving the body.
Yes.
All right. Ultimately, when she was taken to the coroner's office, do you remember if she was laid on the coroner's table in her clothing?
Yes.
And that would be standard procedure, correct?
Yes, it would.
She was photographed in that position, correct?
Yes.
You remember she was laying on her left side, is that right?
That's correct.
When the towel was taken from her head, was there blood flow that emanated from her body onto the table?
Yes, there was.
And onto her clothing?
That's correct.
And onto her left side?
Yes.
So eventually, Doctor, she was ultimately laying in what could reasonably be described as a sort of a pool of blood, or blood that was pooling on her left side?
Yes.
Was there also, or would you expect that there would also be tissue flow from her wounds from the head area?
Yes.
So along with blood, there might be spinal fluid or brain matter or brain fluid as well.
Depending on the location of the weapon, in this case, generally I expect maybe oral cavity and back of the throat type tissue to come out, along with blood mainly.
All right. On February 4th, 2003, at about 10:30 in the morning, did you perform an autopsy on Miss Lana Clarkson?
Yes.
Was that under coroner's case number 2003-00937?
Yes.
And I'll ask this for foundational reasons, Doctor. Once you performed the autopsy, did you prepare a protocol or an autopsy report?
Yes, I did.
And does that autopsy report and all its associated paperwork bear the same unique coroner's case number?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Who was in attendance, if you recall, at the autopsy when you performed the autopsy on Miss Lana Clarkson?
There are two LA Sheriff detectives, Detective Paul Fournier. Do you need me to spell that? Okay, Detective Richard Tomlin, Dr. Michael Bodden from New York, Investigator Barbara Nelson, and the coroner criminalist toxicologist Ms. Jamie Lintemoot, and the technician, Mr. Richard Grahalva, Grajalva, was also assisting me during the autopsy. And I'm sorry, one of the senior doctors assisted me and was there the whole time, Dr. William Sherry, Sherry.
You indicated Dr. Michael Bodden was one of the people who were there, or who was there at the time that you performed the autopsy. Was that a courtesy that you extended because somebody from the defense had asked if he could attend the autopsy?
I believe so, yes.
All right. He didn't perform any work on the autopsy.
No,
He simply watched as you performed the work.
that's correct.
You indicated that there were 2 investigators at the autopsy as well, correct?
Yes,
Is that standard operating procedure to have the investigative agency represented at an autopsy like this?
on homicides it is, yes.
Take a look, if you will. I'm going to just before you put up. I love sheet. It's an 8.5 by 11 sheet of paper. I'll have an enlargement placed on the overhead. I'd like this to be marked as People's 42, and it bears 3 photographs. They appear to be autopsy photo, 2 of Ms. Clarkson's head, 1 of her mouth and tooth area. Doctor, do you recognize what's depicted in photograph A, B, and C of People's 42?
Yes.
How do you recognize those photographs?
Well, I recall Miss Lana Clarkson, number 1, and number 2, that has the coroner's case number. You'll see the blue 3-inch ruler with the coroner's case number and the date that that photograph in particular is taken, and they're labeled A, B, and C.
Doctor, in drawing your attention to photograph A, it appears that, in fact, there is a blue ruler there. Is that indicative of a coroner's photograph?
Yes.
Where was that photograph taken?
That one there would have been taken at at the autopsy suite at the coroner's office.
Taking a look at photos well, however, there's a distinct difference between photograph A and photograph B. Could you explain that for the jurors, please?
What you see in photograph B, Ms. Clarkson has been washed off after all her clothing has been removed, and all, of course, evidentiary items that we had seen at the scene prior, everything. Now we can go ahead and wash the body. Now you have a photograph of her face, actually, that you see now in picture B.
Taking a look back at photograph A, Doctor, you indicated earlier in your testimony that Ms. Clarkson was on her left side and that she was bleeding somewhat after the towel was removed from her head. Is this photograph indicative of that state? In other words, after she was placed on the gurney and after the towel was removed and some substantial bleeding going on her left side?
Yes.
All right. And you see the blood pooling under her head and appears to be her left shoulder, correct?
Yes.
Is that indicative of the blood and tissue material that would have flowed from her head wound onto her left side at the coroner's office?
Yes, it is.
Taking a look at photograph C, Doctor, can you describe for the jurors what they're looking at, please?
Yes, photograph C is, that was taken the day after I did the autopsy on February 5th, 2003. A dentist came down and assisted me with that, and that's what you see, those little plastic retractors on both sides of her mouth. We're just exposing the view so you can see the 2 upper front teeth that were actually fractured because of the injury she sustained. And the 2 upper front teeth, called the central incisors, are fractured. And a little portion of the left, what's called lateral incisor of that tooth, is also broken off just a little bit. But that's what that's showing mainly.
And those tools utilized by the coroner's office to spread the lips, that is a normal tool used to show substantial mouth wounds or mouth injuries?
Yes.
All right, go ahead and take that off for us. Doctor, did you reach any findings? I don't want to get to your ultimate conclusions at this point, but I want to direct your attention very narrowly to findings regarding any wounds that Ms. Clarkson suffered.
Yes.
Okay, what wounds did you find or wound did you find that Ms. Clarkson had suffered?
Do you want me to start with the head first? I'm sorry, the mouth wound or?
Was it a stab wound, a gunshot wound? What was this?
I'll start, okay, it was Ms. Clarkson received a gunshot wound to her oral cavity or the mouth.
Ultimately, was this a fatal wound?
Yes,
Did the bullet pass through her oral cavity and into other areas of her body?
yes, it did.
Could you describe where it passed through and where it came to rest?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. If you look at my index finger, I'm going to put my finger in counsel in my mouth, like this, but just for the sake to keep it simple, the weapon's in the mouth, it was discharged. The bullet then nicked the top of the tongue and lacerated the tongue, causing hemorrhage to occur. So it splits the top part of your tongue, as I'm demonstrating on myself. Top part of the tongue split. And there's some depth to that, maybe a little over a quarter of an inch in depth, which is significant. And the bullet continued in a front to back direction. I'll use this on myself in a minute to get you oriented with direction in a bit. It then continued backward to the back of the throat, literally to the back, and went through the of course, again, the back of the throat. It hit eventually the spinal column or the neck bone, and in the process of it broke the neck bone. We have 7 of those neck bones connected together, but these are the top 2 neck bones that were fractured. It's very high up in that area. That's what's called the spinal cord. That's, if you look at my fingers, I'm going to make a little hole for you here. Here's, let's say, the spinal column. That's a soft, rubbery type of tissue that connects directly to our brain, where all the messages are sent so we can act, move, do our normal routines. Well, it's way high up. That bullet, as it broke the bone, it went through that spinal cord and tore it apart, causing a massive ragged laceration effect, of course, bleeding to occur. And keep in mind, when that occurs, that cord is completely severed. So there's no connection now with the brain anymore. The brain is now separated with a little tiny piece of cord remaining with it. Then you got the rest of the cord, of course, running down, of course, to our back. So that cord, is, again, is completely severed or torn apart. What the bullet then did next, it continued in a slightly upward direction, hit what's called the base of the skull. So I want you to look at myself in counsel. I'll turn sideways also, just for a second. If you look at myself right about here, it's hard to show that anatomic figure, but the bullet continued right there upward, goes into the base of the skull, doesn't hit brain tissue, but more importantly, there's a little tissue that goes around the brain called the dura, D-U-R-A. It's a protective little barrier around our brain, and it went through there and tore that, causing bleeding at that time to occur around the brain. So the bullet fractured the base of the skull, though, as it entered, and it shattered literally most of the portion, not most, but a number of areas of the base of her skull, the fracture, okay? And the bullet kept going back and finally slowed down and lodged. And again, I'll point to myself on my head, right about here on the back of my head, called the occiput, O-C-C-I-P-U-T. Those are just anatomic terms for saying the back of the head, real simple. So counsel, if you look again, here's about where I got the bullet. It never came out, it stayed lodged and just kind of put a little protuberance outward, a little hole defect through the skull bone. So again, a front to back, direction slightly upward, but, and I'll leave it at that for now. So this is an immediate incapacitation wound given the location. Once that wound occurs to the spinal cord, there might be a few little impulses going down the chest cavity because of the nerves that connect down this way to the heart, for instance, and to the lungs. She may have taken perhaps at best one really shallow breath, if at best, which would account for some of the blood aspiration that I did see. She will not be able to exhale. She won't be able to talk. She won't be able to cough, give any motion. She'll lose consciousnness immediately, what's called spinal shock because of the location of that injury. And let's see what else I can tell you. Pretty much, those are the basic findings. She also had upward now, if you can picture, there's still a little residual blood flow going up to the brain for just maybe a few seconds more. Blood will cause the brain to swell, which we saw, and more bleeding around there a little bit that we saw also when the neuropathologist examined the brain. So put this in combination, the death clearly, in my opinion, was a gunshot wound of both the head and neck that caused Ms. Clarkson to die immediately.
So, doctor, when you say gunshot wound to the head and neck, you're including the injuries to the spinal column or the neck bones that the bullet caused, then passing through that spinal column onto the back of the head, causing injury to the back of the head at or around the brain area, the base of the brain area, correct?
Or actually the base of the skull, which fractured.
I'm sorry, at the base of the skull area. All right.
Yes.
Take a look, and you were asking for an anatomical figure. This is simply a transparency of, first of all, I should establish the foundation for it. Do you recognize what this transparency is from?
Yes.
What is that from?
This is done well after I did the autopsy. I can't remember the year, but it was before I testified for the grand jury. I was asked by Mr. Doug Sortino to make a diagram of the direction of fire, basically, through the tissue. That's what this is demonstrating. And right, the bullet ends up. So that's what the little arrows are that you see on the screen.
I remember this part now. He's really, really good at explaining things, and I like him. But I remember this because he couldn't figure out how to describe what stellar meant. It's star-shaped. I remember I kept yelling star. It's a star. It's a star.
Screen. I don't have a pointer I could show them.
I don't either. I think we went to see find one.
You may.
So, this little dotted area, that's what I drew Sortino, the grand jury, and that's what that's indicating. Again, going through the mouth, hits the base, probably right about here, the neck area, probably around there. Again, the base of the skull causing the fractures, and here's where I get the bullet out, at the back of the head.
You indicated that there is a substantial amount of bone surrounding the spinal cord, correct?
Yes.
All right. So the bullet first made contact with, I guess, flesh. After it nicked the tongue, it first made contact with flesh toward the back of the throat, somewhere, correct?
Yes.
All right. Then it passed through the back of the throat to the soft palate. Am I correct?
Yes.
And then it made contact with hard bone material. In other words, the very top of the vertebrae that's surrounding and protecting that spinal cord, correct?
Yes.
And that would have been about where my pen is pointing, correct?
Just about, that's right.
All right. Then the bullet passed through that bone material and went on through the base of the skull and lodged itself at the very point where you ended this kind of diagram, at the base of the skull, correct?
Yes.
Is it conceivable, or have you in your experience seen bullets change direction or trajectory in contact with hard material to wit, or, for example, spinal bone?
Yes, any hard change directions and for a short time and travel in an up or down or whatever direction it decides to go.
All right, so in this particular case, although the trajectory appears to be relatively consistent from front to back, the bullet could have changed direction slightly once it made contact with the bone area here, correct?
It could have, yes.
You mentioned a mouthful when you were explaining what your basic findings were anatomically. I want to kind of break that down and ask you a couple of specific questions. You talked about the tongue area and the fact that the bullet first grazed the dorsum or the top of the tongue. Is that right?
Yes.
What kind of injury did you note that indicated to you anatomically that the bullet had actually grazed the top of the tongue?
There was a stellate, or like a starburst type of appearance on the top of the tongue.
When you say stellate, describe for us, and by the way, do you recognize what's, I got ahead of, I'd like to go ahead and mark, with your course permission, the transparency first is People's 43.
So marked.
And then we'll mark this corners diagram, People 44, with the course permission.
So marked.
Last one was 43, thank you.
44. The diagram that is up now, the diagram, that is 44. 43 was the transparency of the head.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I got ahead of myself.
It's all right.
When you say a stellate injury, I think of the word stellar. What does the word stellate mean?
Oh, just think of it like a starburst, like a starfish, kind of, you got, I don't know, I don't know how to describe it. Like, you know, when you have a cookie cutter and you're making, they have different shapes, but you can make round ones. I don't know if you've ever seen any stellate, you know what I'm trying to say, like a starfish.
Okay, so in other words, it's not a perfect hole.
Right.
In other words, as it grazed the top of the tongue, as the bullet grazed the top of the tongue, it sort of, I don't want to be too graphic, but it sort of split the flesh, correct?
That's correct.
All right, and it split it ununiformly. So as you look at it, it looks like a star.
Correct.
Is that a classic example of a stellate injury?
Yes, it is.
And did you see that sort of injury at the top of the tongue?
Yes, I did.
Could you point to the juror? Well, let's familiarize the jurors
The lawyer explained it better than the doctor.
with this diagram a little bit. This has been marked as People's 44. What is this that we're looking at, Doctor?
Okay, this is a diagram. You can see it, number 24. This is the autopsy date I did it on, which is February 4th, 2003.
Now, I'm going to interrupt you for just a second, Dr. Payne. You said it's a number 24. See in the upper left-hand corner where it's pre-marked 24?
Yes.
Is that what you're referring to?
That's correct.
There's a couple of numbers we're dealing with. This has been marked for evidence, for identification rather, as People's 44, but you're referring to a document that the coroner's office designates as a 24, correct?
That's correct.
Are there pre-made documents that the coroner's office here in Los Angeles uses to assist you in diagramming your findings at an autopsy?
Yes.
So you might have something called a 20, you know what that is?
Yes.
And a 20, we might see one of those before this is all said and done. That's a pre-designated form that's an anatomically correct figure standing full body, correct?
Yes.
Front and back, right?
Correct.
Okay, and then you can mark on there injuries and findings during the course of your autopsy, correct?
Yes.
Now the 24 is dedicated to the head and neck area, and specifically a tongue that's been removed in bank, correct?
Yes.
And what does in bank mean?
I don't know.
Totally?
Totally.
All right. No. So in other words, when you take a look at and you're doing an autopsy on a decedent, and you look at the tongue, you don't simply cut the tongue out. I can't talk and do it at the same time. Here.
No.
Correct? The tongue actually is a muscle that goes all the way down the throat, correct?
Correct.
Taking a look at People's 44 for identification, the two diagrams on the lower right-hand side showing the left and right of something that looks very foreign and alien to us, what are we looking at?
Okay, basically, if you look, pretend you're looking at the top of the body, looking down on someone from let's say the top of the head. And what you're going to see, imagine you're looking through their head, looking through their mouth. Now you're going to see the tongue. This is the left side of the tongue. So you can picture it on yourself, actually. Left side of the tongue. This is the right side of the tongue. This is the front. So if you were to stick your tongue out right now, you'd just be going basically like I'm showing you right now, sticking the tongue out. And that's how you're anatomically looking at that figure, which is, again, People's 44. Okay, and this is the back of the throat area here. And this starts your voice box area right in here, which leads to what's called the trachea, or this is how we get our air in. And you can't see it in there, but we also have what's called the esophagus, where when we eat food, that's how our food goes down. That's what basically that's depicting, but it's all kind of splayed open for us, so for purposes of diagramming for injuries. And that's what this is, the anatomic reason for that being.
Okay, and when you remove the tongue, you remove it in block, the entire tongue comes out, correct?
Yes.
All right, taking a look at the bottom right two diagrams, these down here on the right, what are those looking at?
Those are just
what are we looking at?
I'm sorry. Those are just profiles of the tongue shown in a right profile, which would be this one here to my side to the right. You can see the salivary glands, these little circles. And if you look down over here, this is a little bone we all have. This is your voice box area, and these are strap muscles that hold everything together. That's the whole idea there. This is the left profile now. If you're to look at the left view, that's all that's showing.
All right. I know there are some substantial notations on the top view of the tongue. What are you noting on that top view?
Basically, again, on People's 44, this is the stellate I referred to my description. It was part of the shot when it hit this area or nicked it. I give a measurement there in 3 dimensions. When I do 3-dimension measurements for you, it's important because it tells you there's depth to that wound. So that's quite important. And I indicate that on the tongue. Then as you go back, you're going to see some little focal. Focal just means in a unique area, but they're clustered together. But what's interesting about these bruises here, right at the back of the throat, they're still by the tongue, is that I give an area out of depth. That means that these are superficial. There's a reason for that, and I'll explain in a second, but they stay superficial, and that is real close to the area where you're going to start to swallow, and of course take air in. So you're oriented anatomically. And then to the left, there was this unique lesion off to the left side and left top and side of the tongue, and that had 3 measurements to it. I believe that's 1 by 1/2, but I can't see too well, by 1/2 inch if I'm reading it right. And I described the color, which is purple. That's fine. And that was a bloody area, but that's all blood. It looked like actually a bruise, but it's all on one side of the tongue. All right? And that's what I'm describing, the 3 most, those are the only 3 that I saw.
All right. So there was bruising associated with nicking injury, correct?
Yes.
Also saw bruising in a separate area of the tongue, the left of the you're right there. Can you describe what you believe, or can you attribute that bruise to the bullet passing over and nicking the tongue?
Yes, it's in the same tracks. In other words, these little focal areas of bruising with a member of the super.
No, this is a medical opinion. He's offering an opinion which he may be cross-examined on. Overruled.
The bullet may have, it struck the spinal column, the bone, and the bullet starts to break up. So some of the lead components of the bullet might have come back. I did recover one in the trachea or esophagus. I couldn't remember where it was actually, but that's probably could explain why these are bruised up here a little bit. That's one of the explanations I thought of that could explain that. But again, it's very superficial.
I've highlighted that area for you. It may make it a little bit easier to read.
Great.
So in summary, the bruising that you saw associated with that stellate nick is associated with the same incident. In other words, the mechanics are the same. The bullet passed over the tongue, nicked the tongue, and split it and bruised it at the same time.
Yes.
I want to draw your attention to the bruise on the left. Were you able to make a determination as to the mechanism of the bruising on the left?
No.
Were you able to make a determination in your mind as to, or have you since been asked to make a determination in your mind as to what may have caused that bruise on the left, or if it's part and parcel of the bullet nicking the tongue?
Objection, no foundation.
Overruled. You may answer.
Yes.
Okay, tell me about that.
A couple of weeks ago, I was asked by the prosecution, Mr. Jackson and Mr. Ocampo, to review that bruise to the left as to the mechanism or what could have caused that bruise to occur. At the time, the years have gone by, I have no idea. I didn't know. So I was asked to review my report, photos, and perhaps get a second opinion from my colleagues at work, particularly the doctor, who, of course, who helped me with the autopsy. And so in the interim, I went and sought those people out, and one of the chief medical examiners I talked to about the case and reviewed it. They opined.
Objection, hearsay.
I'm going to sustain the objection unless it's simply the basis of his ultimate, if he has an opinion, and then I'll limit or give a limiting instruction to the jurors. I don't know what you're using it for.
I'll establish that foundation.
Right.
Ultimately, doctor, without telling me what your conversation with Dr. Sherry or your colleagues consisted of, ultimately following that conversation, well, let me ask it this way. Did I ask you to review photographs?
Yes.
Notes?
Yes.
Your autopsy report?
Yes.
Did you make specific notes about this particular area of the body? In other words, the tongue area of the body?
Oh, yes.
And those notes are relatively detailed, correct?
Correct.
As a matter of fact, you even indicated on that the left portion of the bruising area, you indicated some very specific size measurements, correct?
Yes.
And you took photographs of this area as well, correct?
Yes.
And those photographs are in color?
Yes.
And you've reviewed those photographs since then?
That's correct.
And the purpose for making these photographs or creating this photographic documentation of an autopsy is so if you're asked to by either prosecution, defense, the court, anybody, to go back and take another look at certain elements of an autopsy, you can do that with some confidence because they've been photographed. You've noted the time of the injury. You've noted the size of the injury. And your notes and conclusions regarding that injury. Correct?
Yes.
Now, up until 2 weeks ago, were you ever asked specifically what left was?
No.
Okay. Once to take another look at that bruise on the left, did you go back and review all of those things we've talked about?
Yes.
And ultimately, based on your review of all of those things, as well as discussions with your colleague about that bruise,
Yes.
okay, what did the conversation with you and your colleagues consist of?
Well, very simply, it was very short, but basically it's that bruise is very unique. It stands out. And the conclusion is blunt force trauma that it's consistent, I should say, consistent with blunt force trauma. Blunt meaning in an abrupt manner, something either struck the tongue or the tongue might have struck another object.
Doctor, is what you're telling the jurors, in your expert opinion, that bruise on the left did not come from the bullet passing over the middle of the tongue. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That bruise occurred at some point different.
That's correct.
Did it occur, in your opinion, before or after the shot was fired?
It would have been before.
How do you know that?
Well, blood would be flowing, and it's a very dark purple color, which indicates blood flow. So it's clearly before death, in my opinion.
And blood would continue to flow to that bruising area, or it would... Well, let me ask you this, first of all. When I bang my hand on whatever it is that I'm doing, I'm working out in the garage and I smash my hand with a hammer, I immediately see some bruising start to happen, correct?
Yes.
Is that a mechanism of blood simply flowing to that area?
Basically, what's happened is yourself or whoever has damaged the underlying blood vessels, and they actually break.
Okay.
And that's what causes the bruise.
All right. And the bruising continues as blood flows to that area. Is that right?
Well, you can get larger. That's called swelling.
Okay.
But yes.
All right. You've indicated that this particular blunt force trauma or this bruise was caused before the shot was fired because Ms. Clarkson would have been immediately dead, basically, once the shot was fired, correct?
Yes.
Can you tell how long before the shot was fired did this bruise occur?
No, I can't. Yeah, I can only tell you it's recent.
Okay. Recent meaning within a few minutes or a few hours?
Perhaps, yes.
Okay, so it could be as close as a few minutes or a few seconds before the fatal shot was fired.
Yes.
All right. You said that it's consistent with blunt force trauma. Is that right?
Yes.
For example, if the barrel of a gun, a steel weapon, was placed into the mouth with some force, could that have been the mechanism of that bruising on the left? Could that have caused it, the barrel of a gun?
Yes.
I want to go back to what's been previously marked as People's 42, I believe. And I want to draw your attention to photograph B of People's 42, if we could, please. Taking a look at People's 42B, you see Ms. Clarkson after she has been cleaned up, basically.
Yes.
Washed. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay. One of the things that I want to draw your attention to, Doctor, and ask you a little bit about, when you were explaining to the jurors your initial findings concerning that gunshot wound, that interoral gunshot wound, one of the things that you did demonstratively, Doctor, was you actually put your finger in, or your fingers in a position of what's reasonably described as a gun or a pistol, correct? The forefinger extended, the thumb straight up, correct?
Yes.
When you were explaining to the jurors how the shot was fired, you actually put your finger inside your mouth, as I just did, correct?
Yes.
Why did you put your finger inside your mouth as opposed to outside of your mouth?
Clearly from the autopsy findings, this weapon was in the mouth and not outside.
When you say clearly from the autopsy findings, I want to draw your attention to something and have you explain to it what stippling and sooting means.
When a weapon is discharged, there's a combustion effect to move the bullet down the barrel and out the muzzle. And that's caused by the gunpowder. There's a primer, of course, that starts the whole event, which I won't get into. I'm not a ballistics expert. I'm just very simple and basic. But basically, it's moving that bullet down the barrel and out the muzzle, and it's burning, basically, the powder. That's how you're getting the energy. So if you just see this all in slow motion, you see a lot of powder as it comes right out the muzzle, like an explosion, perhaps, and a lot of powder or dust. It's very similar to when you have a chimney, you're using it, you get the sooting, the same concept. You're combusting your paper, or hopefully not paper, but wood, and you get the nice dark of the black charring effect, or the burnt material. Same thing here with the bullet. But the key thing is, depending on the distance that weapon is held from the muzzle to the target. So as closer it is, you're going to get that blackish, grayish debris deposited on no matter where it is, the skin, the mouth, the head, etc. And that's called sooting, that deposition. That could be anywhere from contact, as I'm demonstrating on myself, a contact wound, to near contact. And counsel, of course, you can see as that maybe at an angle or whatever, but it's close, to loose contact where it's kind of like hanging out here, as I'm demonstrating. So that can be anywhere from to the skin, touching it, to perhaps maybe several inches away. It has to be test fired to get the specific distance. That's called sooting again. It's a black, grayish debris. And your lab experts will identify that and relay that information to you. The other thing Mr. Jackson referred to is stippling. That weapon is held a little further away now. So instead of being close range, it's called now intermediate range. And that could be anywhere from my experience in the lab testing that we have here in LA County, maybe a ½ inch, this can vary, up to maybe a couple feet or even more. Depends on the powder, the weapon, etc. So again, you're talking about a range like this, and that's again called stippling. That looks like pinpoint red uniform lesions. They're very similar, every single lesion. And if you've been to a dartboard at a pool hall, you have dartboard games, you ever played it? It looks like that all around the dartboard, very pinpoint and very, all the same size. And that's what stippling basically is. So it's basically burned and unburned powder that's hitting the skin, but it's a further distance away. And that's the idea of sooting and stippling.
When you look at sooting and stippling, and you're trained to look for that in gunshot wound victims, correct?
Yes.
All right. When you're looking at sooting and stippling, can that give you an idea of the position, the relative position of the barrel of a gun to the flesh of the victim that you're performing the autopsy on?
Yes.
All right. Given the fact that, and Sudi, if you wouldn't mind. Did you see any sooting or out of Miss Clarkson's mouth? Just based on that, did that Miss Clarkson's mouth?
Yes.
What indication did that give you?
It would be in the mouth or somewhere in the vicinity in front of the, I don't know how to say it, in front of it, not in front of the teeth, but behind the teeth, I'm sorry,
All right.
but in the mouth.
All right. Did you find any pseudo-stippling in the oral mucosa of Miss Clarkson's mouth?
Yes.
Describe that for us, please.
Pseudo-stippling as opposed to stippling I just described for you refers to the fact that the bullet, or as a result of the bullet combustion and effects, not a direct effect in this case, going through the mouth, as we described earlier, the gun recoils. So when the weapon's discharged, it's just natural. If you ever fired a weapon, you'll know. And I'll stay here, right? But the weapon recoiled and hit the top end of the teeth you saw earlier and actually shattered them. She had on there what are called porcelain crowns. She was having her teeth redone. Porcelain's like glass, so it literally shattered. Both those upper two front teeth shattered. And what they did, in my opinion, they shattered and caused little pinpoint lesions and cuts and little tears on her inner part of her mouth and the upper part of her mouth. But they're irregular in size and aren't pinpoint like stippling is. That's how I knew that that is a result of the recoil effect and not the actual stippling that we normally refer to. But in her case, it's due to the fracturing of that porcelain crowns that broke.
Suffice it to say, there was a substantial amount of damage done to her mouth.
Yes.
I want to talk to you for a second. You described for the jurors the path of the bullet a little bit earlier. I want to talk to you for a second about that bullet. You indicated that you were able to trace the path of the bullet basically from the muzzle of the gun being behind her front teeth, over the top of the tongue, through the soft palate, to the spinal cord. To the spinal bones, through the spinal bones, severing the spinal cord and back to the base of the skull. Is that correct?
Yes.
Were you able to find and retrieve the actual bullet?
Yes.
Take a look at what's, I'm sorry, with the court's permission, I'd like to mark as people's 45, the recovered bullet photographs. There's 3 photographs indicated, A, B, and C on people's 45. All right. Taking a look at what's been marked as people's 45 for identification, do you recognize what's depicted in photograph C, as in Charlie?
Yes.
What is that?
Okay, this is the base of the copper jacket. It was a medium caliber bullet. The lead part's on the other side, but that gold little area is the copper jacket of the bullet that you see there that I took a photo of.
Take a look at photograph B as in boy. What is that?
Okay, basically here, what I did here is I turned that bullet around. Now you can see the top part of the bullet. That's the lead part. You can see the little fragment off here. That's the copper jacket remaining of that bullet. I just took it in 2 different dimensions, basically.
So in other words, I'm sorry, I may have missed that. So that is B is a fragment of C.
Actually, it's the same bullet. I'm sorry.
On the
I
opposite
just
side.
turned it around. That's right.
My mistake.
That's
And
okay.
photograph A, what is that?
Photograph A is a piece of lead fragment that I retrieved from the base of the skull that just happened to migrate down, or part of the shattering effect. It made its way down into the soft tissue at the base of the skull. I'm sorry.
All right. And did you find any other small fragments anywhere else in Miss Clarkson's body?
I only retrieved one other one, very small one and I couldn't tell it was from the esophagus area or from the breathing tube area.
All right.
I'm sorry.
You indicated that after the shot was fired, Ms. Clarkson could have taken maybe one extraordinarily shallow breath in, correct?
Yes,
She would not have had the power to exhale.
that's correct.
All right. Is the tiny fragment that you found down in the esophageal area or the esophagus area, is that consistent with maybe either falling from gravity or from a very shallow breath in, drawing it down?
Yes, it is.
All right. In your opinion, were all the fragments that you found consistent with coming from a single bullet?
Yes,
In other words, you don't have any opinion that a second bullet or any multiple bullets were fired, correct?
correct.
Even though we have multiple fragments that were found.
That's correct.
In your opinion, is it common for a bullet when it strikes an extremely hard material like bone to shed or split or fragment?
Yes,
That's not uncommon.
that's correct.
The bullet that we're looking at in photographs B and C, did that completely transect Ms. Clarkson's spine?
Yes,
And the word transection means it literally cut it in half, correct?
or tore it apart. That's correct.
Right. Her spinal cord was completely torn in half.
Yes,
That bullet, the larger bullet in B and C, is that the bullet that you recovered from the base of the skull?
actually, that's from the back of the head, the back of the skull bone.
Right.
Yes,
Where you had pointed earlier, the bullet came to rest.
yes,
All
right.
right. And you said that there was a I wonder if I can say this word, protuberance. In other words, a pushing out of the skull, correct?
Yes,
All right. That's where that bullet was recovered.
that's correct.
I want to go back to, while we're on the subject of the bullet, I'm going to ask you if you wouldn't mind going back to what's been marked as people's, I believe that's 44 for identification. I realize that this is a little bit shiny.
I believe that's the transparency is 43. You have a diagram which is 44.
I'm going to try to write on this transparency. I think that's a permanent marker in red. All right, do you see the transparency people's 43, and it's sitting on graph paper?
Yes.
All right. You've talked about, Dr. Pena, the path that the bullet took. In other words, slightly upward, and we can see from this diagram that you drew that the bullet from point A to point B, meaning from the mouth to the back of the skull or back of the head, does appear to be slightly upward in direction, correct?
Yes.
Slightly from down to up, correct?
Correct.
All right. This figure that you drew this on, is this supposed to be an anatomically correct figure standing basically straight up with the neck straight up and not bent, tilted, or manipulated in any way?
It implies that. Keep in mind, when we do an autopsy, of course, the body's supine on a table, so it's, and to get it anatomically correct, everything would have to be tilted upward. Just a moot point, but it's important.
Okay, and that is important. That's my question is, when you say that the path of the bullet was slightly upward in direction, are you saying that the gunshot was fired in a slightly upward direction?
No.
Okay. We're going to use a high-tech demonstration, if you don't mind.
Okay.
If I put this pin in my mouth, is it, in your opinion, reasonable to approximate the basic direction that you're indicating for the jurors that the path of the bullet took? In other words, something like that, correct?
Yes.
And if this pin were to be extended through my head, it might end up somewhere at the base of my skull, correct?
Yes.
And if in fact this pin were to extend all the way through my head, you could extend that infinitely, correct?
Yes.
Extend that line infinitely. It doesn't necessarily stop there. You're simply showing a path, correct?
Correct.
Now, this path on this graph paper is indicative of how you saw or how you performed your analysis on Ms. Clarkson as she was laying supine, perfectly straight on a coroner's operating table, correct?
Yes.
If her head was tilted slightly when the shot was fired, would the trajectory change, or would it be exactly the same as it is here from point A to point B?
Well, it stays the same in terms of what I view at the autopsy, so that's not going to change no matter what way you turn that paper.
Okay, and I'll ask you in just a second to explain that in more detail. So now, if the head were tilted back just a little bit, you can see from the graph paper that now the path is directly horizontal with the ground, correctly? Directly parallel, rather, with the ground, correctly?
Correct.
I'm sorry, correct. If you tilt the head a little further, slightly further, the path of the bullet from A to B is still the same, correct?
Yes.
That doesn't change.
Correct.
Yet now, looking at the graph paper, it appears that that's from up to down in direction, correct?
Yes.
All right. Relatively simple explanation, Doctor. The point is, when you indicated that that path was down to up, slightly upward, you are not suggesting the position of her head, correct?
No.
So if in fact that trajectory was something like I'm holding now, if I tilt my head back, the path stays the same, but the trajectory changes, correct? Like this.
Sorry, I don't quite understand.
Sure.
Sorry.
In other words, if this was a trajectory
Right.
going through my head, will never change, no matter where I
Correct.
from here to there. The trajectory stays the same, correct?
Correct.
All right. If the head is not moved, but yet the back is moved, and say the trajectory is here, and that's accurate, correct? Or
Yeah.
relatively accurate. But if I lean back, the trajectory, I'm sorry, the path hasn't changed, has it?
That's correct.
All right. Kind of a fourth grade demonstration, but the point is, doctor, that from point A to point B, no matter where the head is, that point A and that point B is going to stay the same. Am I correct?
That's correct.
You are not suggesting by your diagram the position that the shooter was in relative to the victim, correct?
That's correct.
You're not suggesting the position of her head when the shot was fired, are you?
No.
There's no way anatomically for you to figure that out, is there?
No.
You indicated a little bit earlier, doctor, that I think the words that you used or the phrase that you used was Ms. Clarkson would have been immediately incapacitated, correct?
Yes.
Describe for the jurors exactly what that means. What does immediately incapacitated mean in terms of your findings?
It means that when that cord is severed, particularly at that higher level, she'll lose all functions. Number one, when we refer to functions physiologically, she's going to lose consciousness. She won't be able to move her arms. All the arm movement up here, including out to the fingers, everything's just going to go wherever she's at, she's going down, bottom line. Respiration, as I alluded to earlier, will cease. Heart rate may still go a little bit, but not very long, but it could go. But blood pressure will drop pretty rapidly after that, after the shot. Brain functions will cease. She will not talk. She will not scream. She won't cry, etc., or even to inhale, of course.
And I take it from that she would not be able to exhale or cough or anything of that nature either.
That's correct.
So she could not expel blood forcefully out of her mouth after that shot was fired.
That's correct.
There would be no expulsion, in your expert opinion, there would be no expulsion of blood once her spinal cord was severed, correct?
Overruled.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you indicated that death would have been immediate.
Yes.
With regard to Ms. Clarkson's teeth, we've already seen, I don't necessarily need to put that photograph up there. You recall the photograph showing the teeth that were missing from the front. You said the two incisors, correct?
Yes.
And there was also some broken material on one of the teeth to the left, correct?
Yes.
Did you find during the course of your autopsy, did you find any tooth material in the back of Ms. Clarkson's throat?
No.
Did you find any tooth material down in her respiration area?
No.
Did you find any tooth material lodged in her soft palate or otherwise?
No.
All right. Did you find any tooth material at all, broken, severed, or otherwise, inside of her mouth?
No.
What did that tell you with regard to the way that Ms. Clarkson's teeth were broken?
The teeth were broken from the recoil, and the gun is inside the mouth.
If, in fact, the bullet had passed through the teeth from front to back, would you expect that the teeth would have been blown inside her mouth rather than out?
Yes.
Okay. Did that play a part in your determination that, in fact, this was consistent with the recoil of that steel muzzle going out of her mouth and shattering her teeth outwardly?
That's correct.
At the time of the discharge, and this sort of answers it, the answer to this question is almost obvious. At the time of the discharge, given the fact that your opinion is the barrel of the gun was inside Ms. Clarkson's mouth, her mouth had to be open, correct?
Oh, yes.
In addition to focusing on the head and neck and mouth area of Ms. Clarkson, did you also analyzed the rest of her body for injuries.
Yes, I did.
Did you find any bruising on her left arm?
On her left arm, I can't recall. You have a diagram?
I do.
Refresh my memory,
I
sorry.
may be a little lax with. I may be lax with my terminology. It may be left hand, in your opinion.
Oh, I'm sorry. Left hand, correct.
Your Honor, I'd like to have marked the People's next to order People's 46.
Judy, oh my
two
gosh.
photographs that appear to be
Thank you.
autopsy photographs of Miss Clarkson's left hand.
All right, so Mark, it's one photograph, A and B, with two photographs within it, if you will. It's one sheet of photographic paper.
Yeah.
All right. It's 46, and it has A and B on it. All right.
So I'm sorry, so on People's 46?
Yes, in People's
Okay.
46, did you note any bruising on or around Miss Clarkson's left hand?
I did.
Could you describe that for the jurors, please?
If you look at the laser on picture A, it's this area here you want to focus on. It's very poor quality photo, I'm sorry, but if you have, I have a diagram of the hands that you can see later. It shows it was a bruise, it was a light purple bruise. If you look at my own hand, I'll demonstrate here for you, about this area here. I believe it was about an inch, inch and a half in diameter. It was significant, and that's due to some type of blunt force trauma, that's all I can tell you.
Taking a look at, Your Honor, I'd like to have marked as People's next in order. I believe it's People's 47 now. An 8.5 by 11 document that bears 3 photographs, A, B, and C, appears to be of Miss Clarkson's right hand and forearm area.
So marked.
I'm placing a P47 on the lower right-hand corner. Take a look, Doctor, at People's 47, A, B, and C. Did you note any bruising on her right forearm or hand area?
On the right forearm, I did.
Describe that for the jurors, please.
Okay, if you look at my point with the laser on picture B, there's 2 bruises here, right near the palm part of the hand, not too far away. There's a light, kind of a grayish, maybe purple contusion or bruise. And right here above the card, the blue card, there's another bruise right there. I believe these are each about a ½ inch. And here, if you look at picture C, to the right outside part of the wrist area, it was a real dark purple bruise here. And I forgot the measurement on that, but it's quite significant, as you can see it right there.
All right. Those bruises, specifically, I want to draw your attention to the bruise toward the left of photograph B and prominently displayed in photograph C. Those are both on Ms. Clarkson's right forearm area, correct?
Yes.
And one appears to be here, where my thumb is, correct, on the wrist area?
It would be on toward the pinky finger side.
Okay, on this side?
Yes.
All right, and the other appears to be, this one appears to be where?
This is I'll demonstrate it myself, the bony part of this wrist bone, to keep it simple.
Okay, so both of those bruises are on the pinky side of the hand, if you will, correct?
I'm sorry, I don't want to get you confused. The
Please.
one in picture C, if you look at my own, I'll just demonstrate it myself, it's right here.
Okay.
Near that protuberant, or that bony part. There's a purple bruise or red bruise, however you want to describe it.
And where's the one on picture B?
I put my palms out in front of you here, there's one toward this part of the thumb area, right about here, and one higher up would be right about here in the center, above the blue card on picture B.
All right, so back to my original question, taking those photographs together, B and C, these 2 bruises here and here are basically on opposite sides of the same wrist, correct? Where my thumb is and where my forefinger is, correct? Both somewhat circular in form.
Yes.
And there's another bruise on the forearm where my
Yeah, may I look at my diagrams? Just sorry, I want to be accurate for you. I don't want to give you misinformation.
Absolutely.
We're going to take a recess at this time anyway, so I'll give the doctor an opportunity. Ladies and gentlemen, keeping in mind the admonition, we'll be in recess for 15 minutes. Thank you.
Sorry, guys. I should have been writing. I'm eating a snack. I guess it's technically breakfast because I haven't eaten anything today. I'm not really a breakfast person. No. Quit your buffering. Doing stupid court TV. I was doing something and you. Ugh. Website better. Part 5. Good Lord. How long is this guy gonna testify? Oh, darn it. Hummus and pretzel chips. Why does it say I didn't like my name? The name. Duh.
Order, question in session. All right, the record will reflect all parties are present as heretofore. The jurors, the alternates, and the witness are present. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Before we left off, Dr. Pena, you were explaining to the jurors the bruise on the, I've been doing this for years. I never can remember posterior, anterior.
I'm sorry, that's anterior.
Anterior, all right, I'll forget that information now. Yeah, how about that, front? That's a little easier. All right, the bruise toward the front of Ms. Clarkson's wrist as compared to the bruise toward the back of Ms. Clarkson's wrist at the same basic area, just the opposite side of the wrist, correct?
Yes.
All right, and those bruises are, as my thumb and forefinger are indicating, on opposite sides of Ms. Clarkson.
Yeah, that was one thing in nursing school. Seriously, I was in the middle of a sentence. Rude. StreamYard, rude. I hadn't decided on a name. I had not decided, but I didn't like Shadow because to me, Shadow was a description, not a name. And that was the first thing Kristen said when she saw her. Shadow! And I was like, no, that's not a name. And then Travis was like, yeah, let's name her Shadow. And I was like, that's not a name. But I got outvoted, so she became Shadow. Alan Jackson was just like, I can't remember. I've been doing this for years. I can't remember. Anterior, posterior. And he goes, oh, just say front. That was the thing. That was one of the first things they taught us in nursing school was the vocabulary. And I remember wondering, why do we have to learn this? Why can't we say front, back, side? We've been saying that all our lives. We had to learn posterior, anterior, lateral. Why? And then when you say it to someone that's not in the medical field, they have no idea what you're talking about. So why can't you just say front, back, side? Side is lateral, front is anterior, posterior is back. Why? Why? It makes no sense. It's just, is it to make you sound smarter because you're using bigger words? Like, I don't understand. I've never understood that. Never. Or is it because it's like secret code? Like you're a medical person, so they can't understand what you're talking about?
Side, and the two bruises on the forearm or the front part of the lower arm. I looked at those under a microscope.
And what's the reason for looking at those bruises under a microscope? What does that tell you?
Well, basically, I want to see if there's any kind of what's called inflammatory reaction, or there other. I expect to see blood, but I'm looking for other cells that might be coming
the same age.
Yes.
In other words, they occurred at or around the same time, in your opinion.
That's correct.
And you indicated that they were all you're talking about recent in terms of her, this bruising did not occur after her death, correct?
No.
I don't know why it's doing that. You know what? A nurse told me, an older nurse that had been a nurse for years and years. If you can't read a doctor's handwriting, you turn it sideways and you can read it. It works. I don't know why it works, but it works. So now I have imported that wisdom onto younger nurses, and they're like, oh, wow. Yeah, it works. I don't know why it works, but it does. So I feel proud that I was able to impart some wisdom to the younger nursing generation.
All right. And that's the same that you indicated with regard to the bruise on the left side of Ms. Clarkson. One of the things that you did say in terms of Ms. Clarkson's immediacy, the immediacy of her patient, I think you did say that her heart could continue to beat for a short time. Those were your words.
But the person would go unconscious, like I said. Could it be 3 seconds, 5 seconds? Certainly, the heart's still beating. Could it go further than that? I'd be very surprised, to be honest with you, because it's a very quick, and devastating injury, and the heart should not beat longer than those seconds that I just gave you.
All right. The heart may residually continue to beat for 3 to 5 seconds based on internal electrical impulses, correct?
Yes.
All right. Are we talking about strong heartbeats? Or are we talking about faint or thin heartbeats?
It would be dissipating. So you look at a graph with pressure. I'll just demonstrate on a graph. Let's say you're looking at a graph. The pressure would start to drop, would go like this, but it would be pretty quick, and here to be the time frame down as one of your axes. So it'd be a pretty quick time.
All right, so within 3 to 5 seconds or thereabouts, Ms. Clarkson's heart would completely stop.
Thereabouts, that's correct.
And does that assist you in coming to a conclusion about when the approximate time these bruises, the tongue bruise, the arm bruises, the hand bruises occurred?
Yes.
And these are all ante-mortem, in other words, before death.
Yes.
And you indicated that the bruises on the wrists and the hand areas of Ms. Clarkson are all at least relatively recent with regard to her time of death, and they all are about the same age, correct?
Yes.
Occurring at or about the same time, correct?
Yes.
In your opinion, is that suggestive of someone, the location of the bruises, the acuteness of the bruises, the age of the bruises, is that consistent with someone, for instance, grabbing Ms. Clarkson's wrists?
Yes.
All right. Is it suggestive, in your opinion, of resistance bruising?
Yes.
All right. You were at the crime scene, you've already indicated, correct?
Yes.
Did you look at Ms. Clarkson's hands while you were at the crime scene?
Yes, I did.
With regard to, I want to direct your attention to the amount of blood and or tissue that was or was not present on Ms. Clarkson's hands. Your Honor, I have 4 35-millimeter photographs. In this particular case, I'm going to ask with the court's permission to mark the actual photographs. The Elmo simply washes them out too badly. I'll ask that the doctor be allowed to look at the actual photographs. People's, I believe we're at 48.
Yes.
People's 49. People's 50. And People's 51. Yeah, so
You may.
taking a look at what's been marked as, is it smeared a little bit? People's 48 through 51. Take a look at those photographs and tell me, and they're indicated on the overhead just very poorly. Tell me if you recognize those photographs.
Yes.
Were all those photographs taken at the crime scene?
Yes, they were.
These are photographs that were taken before Ms. Clarkson was washed by the coroner's office.
Yes.
With regard to, and you also saw her once she was back at the coroner's office. You saw her before she was washed?
Yes.
Back at the coroner's office?
That's correct.
All right. Did you take a close look at Ms. Clarkson's hands, both her left hand and right hand?
Yes, I did.
Did you notice any abundant blood staining on either of Ms. Clarkson's hands?
I saw none.
All right. I realize that these are somewhat poor quality pictures, but based on the 35-millimeter photographs that you see, does that's in front of you, 48 through 51, do those appear to be consistent with the condition that you saw Ms. Clarkson's hands when she was at the location before she'd been touched or moved?
Yes.
Because of the poor quality of these photographs, if counsel has no objection, I'll ask that these be published to the jurors.
Any objection?
No.
All right, you may pass them out.
Thank you. Your Honor, the court, rather I wait until everybody has a chance to,
I think they can quickly glance at them when you
Okay.
continue if you wish.
that's fine. Dr. Pena? Those off. Done in the normal course of an autopsy, sampling, et cetera.
Yes.
Did you take any tissue samples from the tongue and or throat area of Ms. Clarkson?
In the tongue area, Mr. Steve Dowell, Dowell, did a gunshot residue kit, it's called, or like a sticky adhesive tape for powder, basically on the top of the tongue.
And so there, samples taken. You also already indicated that you took tissue samples from the bruising area that you saw.
Yeah.
Around the hands.
That's correct.
Okay. Clarkson.
I took studies, except for the one that I'll tell you in a second. The other one I took is from the groin area. Down here, it's called femoral blood. I took that one. Number 3, I took a purple top tube. And some of you are familiar with that. If you go to your own doctor, you'll see the different tubes that they color tops that they draw your blood in. One of them is called a purple top, and I use one of those on this case, and that's specifically for what's called in this case, for further studies if necessary.
The other 2 samples, the femoral and taking a sample from the femoral artery, correct?
Actually, it's either artery or vein.
Okay. Then the other sample you took for toxicology was from the actual heart area.
Yes.
Were these submitted for toxicological study?
Yes.
Were they submitted specifically or tested for blood alcohol content?
Yes.
Of the heart blood versus the femoral blood, is one more accurate in terms of what we all consider, for purposes of driving while intoxicated or DUI laws, is one more accurate in terms of BAC or blood alcohol content?
Well, from my experience,
I think I will sustain the objection, and you may lay a foundation as to that if you wish.
Sure. Do you normally take some sort of a blood sample and submit it for toxicological analysis?
yes.
In your experience, how many times do you think you've done this in the 3,300 autopsies that you've done?
That would probably be most of them, maybe about 3,000 of those.
All right. And is that toxicology done in an effort to find the actual blood alcohol content of a decedent?
Yes.
And who does that actual toxicological analysis?
Our laboratory in-house at the LA County Coroner's Office.
All right. And that's a certified laboratory?
Yes, it is.
When you normally take a blood alcohol, or when you receive blood alcohol content analysis back from the your own lab, which of the numbers, do the numbers always match, the heart blood versus the femoral blood? Sometimes
they do, because it's a water-soluble component alcohol. They should be pretty close, but sometimes they're off by 2/10, et cetera. That's not uncommon to see.
Is there a medical reason why the heart blood analysis toxicology versus the femoral blood analysis, that toxicology might be?
It may be that the blood tends to center on the heart, particularly stimulant drugs, and that they might be a little higher than they would be on. So the more accurate one to look at is in the groin area or the femoral blood.
So when someone dies, because the heart is the mechanism that pumps the blood, is it accurate to say that blood begins to centralize and pool in or around the heart area?
Yes.
Could that falsely elevate a toxicological analysis from blood taken in that?
It can, yes.
What would why you believe that it's to take blood for BAC rather than heart blood for BAC, correct?
Yes.
Do you receive?
Yes.
And with regard to alcohol specifically, what were the findings?
Alcohol in the femoral blood is 0.12, and in the heart blood it was 0.14.
In your opinion, which of those two numbers is more closely reflective of blood alcohol content at the number?
It's the 0.12 from the femoral blood.
Did you also submit for toxicology any, well, I guess I should, were there any other things tested for in the toxicological analysis?
Generally, we'll do a screen which will cover cocaine, speed, marijuana, drug CP, and what are called. I went a step further and tested what are called bases, and those will include, for instance, like psychiatric meds, some blood pressure meds, and other actually medications, stronger narcotics, and sometimes we'll pick up. It's a long list, but that's what I did.
Was there any other? Did the test reveal any other drugs in Ms. Clarkson's system?
Yes.
Could you describe those for the jurors, please?
It revealed a drug known as Aleve, L-E-L, alcohol is 0.07, and that's getting toward the lower end of what's called therapeutic by our postmortem data standards that we use in our lab.
What does therapeutic level mean?
That's basically a range in which the drug has optimal effects that a doctor would try to train a patient on. And in this case, for Vicodin, it would be 0.2. Yes, I'm sorry, from that I cannot tell you, but at this moment in time, I can just tell you that it's at that level.
There was not an abusive level in her bloodstream.
Not a high, or a lower part of therapeutic, that's correct.
Even beneath that, which a doctor might normally prescribe for pain medication.
That's correct.
Or for pain relief, I should say.
Yes.
Okay. Doctor, taking all of what we've talked about this morning into consideration, were you able to make a determination as to the actual cause of death of Ms. Clarkson?
Yes.
And what was your determination?
A gunshot wound of head and neck.
Or should I keep listening? I should probably keep listening. He probably hasn't gotten there yet. I know I would. I would have bad dreams. I have one of my medications causes really, really funky dreams. And if I'm under stress at all, I have horrible, horrible dreams. My dad, when I was in my early 20s, mid 20s, because this was 95, so I was 26. My dad, he had gallstones, and it presented like cardiac pain. So they couldn't find, it wasn't presenting like classic gallbladder. They thought it was his heart, and because he has heart disease that runs in our family, they were just treating it like cardiac. And I don't know why, because his heart test should have been normal and his gallbladder test should have been irregular, but I guess they didn't do any gallbladder tests. So, Debbie, you need to take me to the hospital. And if my dad has to go to the hospital, he needs to go to the hospital because he never wanted to go. So he passed out in the living room while I was getting ready to take him to the hospital. So he was in the hospital. He almost died. He was in the hospital. That I turned the lights on in the house. Every time I would reach up and try to turn on a light switch, I couldn't turn it on. And I was in pitch black darkness all the time. And then I would wake up in the dream. You guys ever have a dream where you wake up in because I had dreamed that he died and I woke up with him dead in the bed next to me, and that they thought that I had killed him, and I was like being investigated for his murder. Extreme dreams. Yeah, meds will do that. Mine is it's one of those drugs that's super, super old, but now they found out that it helps other conditions. So mine is it's a tricyclic antidepressant, but it's old and they use it for nerve pain now. I'm on it for the fibromyalgia. But so I'm not on it for its intended use. I'm on it for one of the unintended side effects, which is it helps with. But yeah, man, it gives some wild, vivid dreams. It's it's horrible in that respect. So any kind of stress at all, I will have the craziest, weirdest dreams. So yeah, I'm sure I would have horrible dreams if I was a medical examiner, I think. But you would think with my bad dreams about, I probably did. I probably just blocked them out of my memory. I probably did have bad dreams about certain patients and stuff. I just don't remember any of them right now. But I guess because it was my dad and Travis, those two I'll never forget. Come on, StreamYard, please quit buffering. Oh, Judy, okay. Prayers dying too. Bad glitchy. I'm so tired of being glitchy. I think I should change my name to Glitchy because I'm glitchy all the time now.
Part, tearing apart of the dura that I described earlier, causing that to bleed, the spinal cord, which we've gone over.
Based on the autopsy file, what you autopsy table make a determination as to the manner of death. Appropriate, pursuant to the protocols of the Los Angeles County Medical Examiner's Office, to go outside the actual autopsy itself and look at extrinsic evidence or additional evidence to determine, in your mind, in your expert opinion, what the manner of death may be.
Yes.
Did you do that case?
Yes.
As a forensic pathologist?
In this case is homicide.
What do you base that opinion on, Dr. Pena?
I base it on a number of factors. Number one, circumstantial. A statement is made by the alleged perpetrator as he comes out of his residence holding a gun and makes a statement, I think I shot or killed someone. That's quite important to me. Going on from there, when I went to the scene, it's not a typical scene for a suicide. Miss Clinton was at another person's residence. Most people who commit suicide do, from what I understand. There are exceptions to that. We have in LA County, for instance, the suicide by cop we see a lot. We have family disputes where children are involved, but they know each other, usually family or friends that witness it, because again, there's a cousin. Those are other areas that difference, mainly from my opinion. I've never seen a case reported, gone out, a stranger, gone to their home, match them up with a gun and shoot themselves. Going on from there, I said, never met this person before. Didn't know the home. Been at that meeting on February 3rd. Other thing I found when I looked at the home when I'm there, only one door is open to the left. Supposedly was retrieved, holds the gun. I asked the sheriff's department people there later, or I'm sorry, at the time I was there, are there any other drawers open around the home? And I asked that for a reason. If Miss Clarkson truly wanted to find the gun, she would have gone throughout the home, opening all the drawers, looking for a gun. How would she have known where the gun is in that home at that moment in time, at that time frame at the home? That bothered me a lot. I thought about these things getting put in totality, presented to me to come to this decision. That's another factor. The other thing I looked into, She's slouched in a chair. I have no problem. That's down a lot. Purse on her right shoulder. This purse. It's just ready to come off. And it's hanging off to the right side of the chair. That purse bothered me a lot because I found it very difficult for someone to take a weapon, no matter if they're going to put it in front, put it this side of their head, maybe put it to the other side of the head and shoot themselves, and that purse staying on the shoulder. The purse should have been taken off and dropped. Okay, so I factored that in. The other thing I looked at is that she meets this, defender, alleged perpetrator, the night. She realizes later who he is. And in my thinking, perhaps she thought this could boost her career. It shows hope. It shows to me this woman had hope to go out with someone that evening, and maybe he could give her a new direction in her life, connections, et cetera, for that business. I don't know what kind of business they're in, but whatever. So I looked at that. So that's mainly the scene stuff and circumstantial that I looked at. Kind of unusual for medical examiners to do that because usually we have other people do that for us. So this is kind of new for me. The other second component is called the physical evidence. Very simple, and Dr. Lynn will come and go through the detail with you, but I'll just give you what information was provided to me. And just two pieces of information, very simple, is the gun itself. The gun that was used in this case was wiped. There's blood in the recesses of that gun. On the topical elevations, they call it, of that gun, there was no blood there, where there should have been blood. And I'll give you an example. You remember when you were a kid, you go to like Baskin Robbins, you get that cone, they put ice cream on it. It starts to melt, right? That ice cream, I remember as a kid, I used to do this all the time. It gets on your fingers. And it gets in the crevices there. Then you get the napkins, right? You start to wipe off the ice cream where you know it was, but you know it's in the crevice too, right? Same thing with the gun, the same principle. We know there was blood on those elevations of that gun, but they're wiped away. Not only was it wiped away in that one area, it was wiped away in several areas of that gun, in which Dr. Harrell will explain to you, which is far beyond my comprehension. So I'm just giving you a little synopsis, but I factor that in. It tells me someone manipulated the gun, which should not happen. Number two of the physical evidence, the perpetrator, alleged perpetrator, I'm sorry, pants. If somebody have a white pants, left front pocket, that had at least the left front one did. I can't speak for the right one, I don't recall, but I know the left front pocket was stained significantly with blood stains. So it tells me either someone or the perpetrator, again, or sorry, alleged perpetrator put bloody hands into the pocket or the weapon in the pocket. I don't know. Something went in the pocket. All this blood, I'm telling you, comes back when they do this DNA typing to Miss Clarkson. All the blood is hers, no one else's. So that's important. Finally, what I looked at was medical history. It was called a medical review of charts available. The time she passed away and thereafter for a few months, I got medical records that came in batches. And then just a few months ago, I got a whole bunch of other medical records I reviewed thoroughly. What I found is Ms. Clarkson had no evidence to indicate depression, any psychiatric disorder. This is just normal periods of sadness if she had depression that she went through, and I'll explain that later if necessary. But she had no diagnosis, no psychotherapist report that I saw, no psychiatry report. But she was taking two medications. One's called Elavil, E-L-A-V-I-L. Right? The other one's called Paxil, P-A-X-L. Medication that was given her those medications as a neurologist locally here in Los Angeles. He was working because Miss Clarkson had a chronic problem, what are called headaches. When I reviewed the records carefully, they couldn't figure out whether it was tension, migraine, or what they call cluster headaches, or different forms. It was difficult to diagnose. They're trying different plans out or treatments on Ms. Clarkson. So they find that perhaps, let's try Elavil first. So this one doctor tried Elavil for about a month, and she had some side effects with it, so they stopped that one. And the next, from 2001 to August of 2002, she went Paxil. But again, Elavil and Paxil work in the brain where they elevate certain brain chemistry and chemicals in our brain. And it's thought by the neurologists that these chemicals then will regulate it to get higher amounts. That's the idea of giving these medications. Chemicals will which can trigger the headaches. That idea of how these drugs used for years, and it was very, not debilitating, but she went on and worked, but it got in the way of her life, but she kept going on. I found her to be...
Stop it, StreamYard. Stop it.
A hopeful person from the notes I read. Other major thing I looked at is any past or previous suicide attempt, or what are called ideations. There is no history of any suicide attempt. In arms of party, there were no hesitation to have a problem with suicide. And we see this a lot at our office. They'll use an arm or they use a knife. But gradually they'll, of course, appropriate action. She had no evidence of that and no documentation in the medical records. Other thing important that I factored in, she had all the medications in the world to use to commit suicide. She had Elavil. She had Paxil. She took them as prescribed. She had them, if she wanted to store them and hold on to them for 3 months, she could have done that and overdosed and say, I had enough of this. If she had the suicidal problem or
yeah, they ask you when they prescribe Elavil, they ask you if you are suicidal, which I think is ridiculous. Because if you overdose on Elavil, it will kill you. And it's an antidepressant. So I think I'm laughing because this is my morbid nurse sense of humor. I think it is so ridiculous that one of the easiest ways to unalive yourself is by overdosing on your antidepressant medication. I mean, it's not funny. This is just my morbid nurse sense of humor. It's really not funny. It's funny to me because my brain is warped. But yeah, they ask you that when they prescribe this, because if you are thinking about unaliving yourself, they won't prescribe this medication to you for your depression. But I was never on it for depression. I was on it for pain.
Depression. She did not. Her work was not affected. She's a very, very sociable, seemed like person from what I read. People with major depression, they call that's a clinical. Their social aspect of their life will be disrupted. They won't be able to go out and mingle with people. It's very difficult to go away. They can cause havoc on your life. You don't want to even leave your home sometimes. There was no occupation-wise. They're not going to want to work. This woman went out, even though she lost a part here, maybe in a play, and went on. She tried, and she kept going on. So there's no indication I just gave you of these factors from a medical standpoint that Ms. Clarkson was ever suicidal or was going to be, but I can't speak for that. I'm sorry. And what else can I think of? Oh, she did not own a firearm. She did not possess a firearm. The two major risk factors from my experience and discussions that we have in our office, because we have what are called psychological autopsies at the coroner's office, one of the two factors are owning a firearm, having the possession of it. It doesn't put you at risk, but if you have a tendency to depression, it's not a good idea. The other is, of course, hold on a second, I'm blanking out, is, 1 second.
Sure.
I'm trying to remember what I have done.
Was there any indication, Doctor, that Ms. Clarkson was systematically getting her affairs together to divest herself of anything? Any indication in anything that you reviewed that she was getting rid of things, getting rid of possessions, worldly possessions, and
No.
things of that nature?
Not at all.
Did that have anything to do with your opinions and conclusions in this case?
Yes.
Do you normally see such activity in someone who is classically suicidal?
You can, actually. That's one of the factors.
Okay. Dr. Pena, based on everything that you've explained to the jurors this morning, based on not only your anatomical findings, your autopsy findings, but based on the medical records.
Darn it, Court TV. It's either StreamYard or Court TV. Who's got what today? Y'all, get on the ball.
Including the indications from the Sheriff's Department about circumstances surrounding the actual perpetration of this incident, including the limo driver's statements about what Mr. Spector said immediately thereafter. Did you take everything into consideration based on the totality of all the circumstances in reaching your opinions and conclusions?
Yes, I did.
And based on all of those totality of circumstances, based on everything that you've just told us about, what is your opinion as to the manner of Ms. Clarkson's death?
This is a homicide.
Thank you, Doctor.
Before cross-examination, do we need to have a hearing at all?
We do.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, keeping in mind the admonition, if you would step into the jury room, hopefully we'll get back to you in a short time. Yes, juror number 2. Oh, you still have the pictures? Yeah, go ahead and hand them down to Mr. Dixon. Thank you. All right, so if you go ahead in the jury room, we'll call you as soon as we're ready.
What?
The jurors and alternates have left the courtroom. Yes. Mr. Jackson, you need hearing something.
Your Honor, it's based on Mr. Ford's offer of proof this morning. I can't make heads or tails out of this motion yet. I mean, obviously, I haven't had a chance. I've been busy. I simply need a chance to ask Mr. Ford, what is it that he's seeking to bring in that is this motion? I simply want to know what it is. I want an offer of proof of exactly what it is that he's seeking to bring in. If it has something to do with Pumpkin Pie and Jennifer Hayes, then I think we need to talk about it. If it goes far afield,
Okay. Stuck comment, y'all. Buckle up. We might crash.
which is based on her medical records, et cetera, that I don't have any real problem with that. But if we start getting into tangential witnesses who have not testified and hearsay and double hearsay and triple hearsay statements, I've got a real problem with that.
Okay.
I think that puts the cart way before the horse, and it rings bells and lets the cow out of the barn and every other analogy I can think of.
Hear different things from Texas lawyers than I do from other. Go ahead, Mr. Ford.
In responding, would indicate that there's been a lot of door opening as far as what this witness line, certain opinions are concerned. Both. I'm going to ask some follow-up questions because he was specific as to exactly what he reviewed. He alluded to statements, reports, state of mind type documentation, so forth. So I'm going to, before I get into any of those or all of those, I'm going to, ask him some certain follow-up questions. I didn't really file a motion. We filed a trial brief because I didn't know exactly what testimony would be. But my sense is, in listening to Dr. Pena, is that he considered a lot of outside the typical scope. You mentioned the psychological autopsy type thing. There were lots of records that went into that and so forth. So, including the witnesses that Mr. Jackson refers to. I very well get into those at some point. I'm certainly not going to get into them before the noon hour. I'm going to look over my notes and so forth and ask him, well, did you consider this? Did you consider that? In other words, to see how far he went, when did he do it, at what point in time, relative to his call in this case, which was made after three. We get to that further explanation. I don't really know how to respond to the people's in limine request, which is essentially what they're making, is that we cannot get into certain areas when essentially the door has been opened quite wide. We proceed. So.
I agree the door's been open, but it doesn't mean it's been torn off the barn. So I'll speak the question. I think what the prosecution, and I may be speaking for them, and if I'm wrong, I'm sure they'll correct me, is how much you're going to be able to present to this witness by way of hypotheticals and what you're basing it on. In other words, if it's completely inadmissible, I think that's concerned. Is if this, did you consider the possibility of this? As long as it's based on admissible evidence, and I think that's what they're talking about. Is that correct?
It is, Your Honor. The court put it very well. What we're concerned with is, I'll focus the court's attention because my attention is focused on this. Mr. Plur just referred to it, and I expect that he may attempt to cross-examine the witness on Pumpkin Pie and Jennifer Hayes, and it was someone else, the guy, no, not sure. Anyway, a couple of other things.
The director of the play, I think.
That's who I'm talking about. I just can't remember his name. In any event, those witnesses, my problem is this. The defense goes toward asking the witness whether or not they consider we're told blank and starts reading line by line the things that Pumpkin Pie supposedly or allegedly has said, or Jennifer Hayes has said, or the director of the play, etc. It gives the defense absolutely no incentive whatsoever to ever call those witnesses to the stand. Ever. That bell will have been rung. And the court can make whatever it wants. And we kind of ran with another witness dealing with Melissa Grosvenor. Better think twice, and you better be able to back it up. There's absolutely no recourse that the court would have if, in fact, they cross-examine on Pumpkin Pie or they cross-examine on Jennifer Hayes and then decide in their case in chief, you know what? We've decided we're going to rest on our laurels. We're not going to call those witnesses. The court can't force them to call them. And then I would be in a position, or the prosecution would be in a position of complete advantage because the jurors will have heard without subjecting any of those witnesses to the crucible of cross-examination. It puts us in a very tenuous position. And there is absolutely zero prejudice to forcing the defense to wait until their case in chief, put those witnesses on, and let us cross-examine those witnesses, which we intend to do vigorously. Then if, in fact, that evidence comes out, simply call Dr. Pena back to the stand and ask him, hey, now that this is before the court, would it change your opinion if? I certainly don't think the matter to ask the court to simply limit this cross-examination to the universe of information that the witnesses testified about on direct examination. I mean, the defense even went so far as to, I believe, as to mail the witness, Dr. Pena, certain information and reports from, I think, from Dr. DeMaio, wherever Dr. DeMaio went. I think just to be able to set up a certain cross-examination on those issues so they can say, have you reviewed this, or why didn't you, or would you please? Don't have a really big problem with I have a big problem with actual witnesses who are not subject to any cross-examination or not subject to any limiting as far as their testimony is concerned. I just don't see the prejudice in making them wait.
Thank you, Mr.
Yeah, I followed a brief that basically, I think, at least in my mind, gave a general concept is that experts, if they rely on certain matters that typically an expert would consider in the position that the expert is in. And, I did that sort of in a general framework. And I also attached the documentation that the district attorney's office sent 30 separate items, and it's Exhibit E to my 30 different reports, the entire hard drive of the computer to Dr. Pena to review and consider as to manner of death. So I was simply, in the court, when it comes to manner of death, they're in a position where experts can rely upon, and they do rely upon, a lot of different material, and I think you can read between the lines with respect to Dr. Pena's testimony. They can consider reports, investigative reports, statements of people that knew them, knew the so that they factor all of that in and come to an opinion. All experts to do that. I didn't send Dr. What I forwarded to Dr. Pena were two documents that were published in a medical journal. And he called me back and thanked me for that because I called to make sure he got it. He said one of them he'd already reviewed and considered, the other one he hadn't, but he thanked me for forwarding that to me and so forth. But so I didn't send him police reports or anything like that. What the people are doing now is myself and my brothers, once the pickets of the defense that never quits running, they've opened the door. And basically they've opened the door to all this whole scope of materials. And now they want to limit the scope to certain materials from certain people, but not others. They want the court to disallow the defense to say, well, I considered all these materials from this friend and that friend, but I didn't consider these other friends. For example, there's a district attorney investigative report where the decedent can make a statement to the effect that I want to kill myself in a short period of time right before her death. You think fair game. I don't want to quote the exact language from the report, but it didn't come from us. It came from the district attorney's investigation. I don't know whether Dr. Pena, considered and reviewed that report as part of these materials or not. But I'm certainly going to ask him whether he did. And if he didn't, I'm going to ask him about that particular report. I'm going to go there, so to speak, because I think the door has been open to that state of mind type information. The same would be true of information that's from the decedent's computer, given the fact that there's been some testimony from Dr. Pena about her state of mind, the inferences that he drew regarding her state of mind. I think her own writings, whether they be emails or her statements or letters or things that she writes that are on her personal computer that were sent to Dr. Pena by the district attorney's office. Why is that at least open to question as to whether he reviewed and considered it? And if he didn't, could it change his opinion if certain things were contained within that information? I think all of that is fair game under this. In other words, the pig, as far as and I hate to use that term, but that's the first term.
Was anybody raised in the city? Don't you have some urban analogies?
I grew up in an agriculture area. We got jobs in the summer, and we were outstanding in our fields. So okay. So basically, that's that's where we're at, and I think that we shouldn't be limited.
Can I just add one little thing?
Yes.
Also? I'm concerned about that part of Mr. Jackson's argument where he indicated that we shouldn't be allowed to go in this now because to do that would advantage us. We wouldn't be in a position to have to be forced to call. Let me suggest this. First of all, they asked the question. Mr. Jackson was very stated, word came out loud and clear, homicide. Now, if he had left it at that, that's fine, but he didn't do that. He went further and he asked for all the backup reasons, which Dr. Pena provided a laundry list, turning to the jury, facing the jury, and presenting them with this laundry list of reasons, many of which touch on the areas that Mr. Plora desires to get into. The question should have been asked at that point. Mr. Jackson did not want us to get into it. And B, it doesn't disadvantage him. Let's take this hypothetical through logic. Let's assume that's correct, okay? Hostile witnesses, and therefore he gets the privilege of cross-examination and he's lost nothing. So I just wanted to add that because I don't want the court to get, I don't think that's the case at all. And that would not be the lay of the land.
I couldn't call a witness that I believe is suborning perjury. So I wouldn't call them.
Right.
And Judge, I'm not being flip. I'm absolutely not being flip. It's a ridiculous argument for Mr. Rosen to suggest that we call Pumpkin Pie and Jennifer Hayes when we have every reason to believe that they're lying, either for financial gain or for their 15 minutes of fame or whatever it is. That having been said, one of the things that we stayed completely away from was any indication. I think it's appropriate for Dr. Pena to comment on the medical records that were supplied him. I've got no problem with that. Vigorous, vehement cross-examination on Ms. Clarkson's medical records. No problem with that. Because the medical records can somewhat be vetted. I don't have any argument that as to their accuracy. The problem I've got are with the actual witnesses who say X, Y, and Z about what I heard Lana Clarkson say. One of them, granted, was in response to a a prosecution investigator, but she flipped 180 degrees. When Pumpkin Pie was originally interviewed, she said, "Oh my God, I can't believe this, I can't believe," and then somehow, somewhere, she flipped 180 degrees and said, "Oh yeah, by the way, she told me she wanted to kill herself." That having been said, that's the kind of information that I think lacks a basic foundation. And if, in fact, the defense begins to get into that, then, of course, explanation of the two people that were in that foyer area, the other of whom is Philip Spector. And his, I think I've counted 19 separate incidents involving guns or the use of violence or the threatened use of violence. And would that door now be open for me to ask the doctor if he's considered all those 19 separate incidents, including the admissible 1101B incidents, as well as the 15 other incidents that I've jotted down over the weekend that heretofore have not been admitted? I would simply leave the court with that.
Reminders here, this is in, there's 30 separate reports, emails. These are all sent to Mr. Pena by the district attorney's office. I mean, I would think that that's fair game, along with the computer hard drive. So that was sort of the start. And many of the witnesses that they referred to, and were, some of the emails and so forth that were on the computer, people that she emailed, these statements are going to be, I think, fair game, because basically Dr. Pena discussed more than just a medical record. She discussed, state of mind that he gleaned from obviously conversations of others, her lifestyle, what, her motivation to become different things relating to that. There are emails where she makes statements that I want to chuck it all. I'm not going to quote her exactly. My affairs in order, statements like that where she's making note. So it's just not one person, saying that, oh, I think she was depressed. And whether or not there's contradictory statements, I think that all gets to be factored in. But, there's got to be, the door has certainly been open quite wide. And so I want to proceed with that. It doesn't look like we're going to get very far before lunch, but I'm just going to be asking on that because I think depending upon, how he describes these materials that are either reviewed or not reviewed, then I think the court is going to have to just take it issue by issue, and I'll have to, basically lay some type of a foundation as to the types of materials, the scopes of the materials, et cetera. And then, the court cuts me off, the court cuts me off. But I think that at this point, I don't think the court should be making any hard and fast determinations as to what types of materials can't be cross-examined on, because
Preliminarily, and I think to some degree it has to be done on seems to me if the defense, for instance, I've seen these emails, unless the prosecution is claiming those aren't Ms. Clarkson's emails. If in an email she indicates whether she's depressed, quote, she wants to chuck it all or whatever the specific quote, then clearly that's rather dependable evidence that's going to come in one way or the other, and the doctor can be cross-examined is, did you consider this? The area I think it's a greater concern.
Dang it. Court TV, stop. We're almost done with it.
The area I think it's a greater concern.
Court TV and StreamYard does not play well together. And now it's Court TV. You guys, cooperate. You're both pretty, okay?
To the witness in the following form. If there was evidence that the defendant said that the victim said so and so, Ms. Clarkson said so and so, or if there's evidence that she did, would that affect? Not indicating that the evidence exists. That this is being received for showing how it affects the doctor's opinion. If evidence is later presented to support it, that's fine, and then you can consider it for whatever purpose that evidence comes in. And if not, it's any hypothetical, as they'll be instructed, is only as good as the facts contained in the hypothetical. And if the facts turn out not to be true, then it affects the hypothetical. And I think that's the best way to do it. We'll have to do it pretty much on a question by question basis.
Yeah, sure.
But I suggest that you approach it in that manner, that if this was presented to you when it's not clear, if it's not clear that the evidence is otherwise going to be admissible, we'll just have to do it question by question. Okay. Those are your basic sort of ground rules. All right, let's bring the jurors in the audience back.
Is it going to be a smooth transition? Is it? Is it going to work? Is it going to do it? Come on, Court TV. You can do it. You can do it. I have faith in you. You can do it. Come on. Maybe not. Oh. Nope. Well, a girl can dream. Come on. StreamYard. Now it's both of them. Okay, here we go. Maybe. Wait a minute. Bye, Carla.
Presented to you when it's not clear, if it's not clear that the evidence is otherwise going to be admissible. We'll just have to do it question by question. So your basic sort of bring the jurors and the alternates.
I thought we were on part 2. We're on part 3? Or some more? I swear these from court's website. I know of.
About some generalities. We only have a few minutes here before the noon recess, and I've been on the witness stand all morning. And you talked about you being a forensic pathologist, and that is a specialty within the field of pathology. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what does the word forensic mean? Forensic means as it relates to the field of pathology in the subject of medicine.
It's basically a study of basically solving problems of sudden and unexpected deaths, as referring to pathology, but incorporating, again, as I alluded to earlier, causes, mechanisms, and basically we're dealing with unexpected deaths, but it's a medical legal part to it, meaning, for instance, like a gunshot wound case, we'll recover a bullet perhaps, that's a evidence value that can be brought into court. So forensics encompasses all the areas of pathology, whether it be a natural death, accident from drugs, etc. And it's putting in together a totality of information into it, but it deals a lot with medicine and basics, and that's basically it.
But that's regarding leaders.
Forensics, yeah.
Like you mentioned anatomical, like in a hospital where you're looking at tissues and things of that nature?
Yes.
Okay, and forensic really deals with legal. You can have like a forensic criminalist or forensic psychiatrist. That deals with legal matters, not necessarily just regarding medical matters, correct?
I didn't touch anything. I didn't type anything. I didn't Google anything. I didn't do nothing. I was being a good girl. I just sit here watching it. It just decided it didn't want to work anymore. It hates me.
Is it, do board certified pathologists, do they ever look at a case like you've looked at this particular case? Do they ever look at it and maybe disagree as to the ultimate outcome?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, fine, but they'll come to a different conclusion for some reason? Advances in your particular field, what do you look at? Do you read, obviously you don't read just the general newspaper, you look at something special?
Yeah. Well respected in our field. I'd look at journals. But yeah.
Okay, let's talk about the textbooks. Would one of them be Medical Legal Investigation of Death by Spitz and Fisher?
Yes.
Is that one of the, and I'm actually have a copy of it here. Is that like one of the premier textbooks in the field of the forensic pathology?
Yes, it is.
And you actually have a copy of that yourself, is that correct?
Yes.
As far as a reliance text, is it also true that, well, let me United States or actually in the world, are there specialty journals in the forensic pathology? In other words, where that's what they deal with and nothing else?
I'm not too familiar with those.
Is there a journal called the American Journal of Forensic Medicine and Pathology? Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
Is that the premier journal in your field that you keep up with advances on in your field?
Yes, I do. That's correct.
Is it the only journal that actually deals with only forensic medicine and pathology? You know, only journal published in the United States, if not the world?
No, there are others.
Exclusively with forensic medicine as opposed to, let's say, other journals that deal with those.
Probably that one I deal in part. The first one you mentioned deals. No, there are others.
That deal exclusively with forensic medicine and pathology as opposed to, let's say, other journals that deal in part with this particular field?
Probably that one. Other ones probably deal.
I don't know what to do about this, guys. I really don't.
Board in session.
All right, back on the record, all the parties, jurors, alternates, and the witness are
A little bit about what an expert in your field relies upon as far as advancement in education or knowledge in the field of forensic pathology. Remember, we were talking about that, and we talked about it. We're in prominent, and one of them we talked about the American Journal of Forensic Pathology and Medicine is one, the Orange Journal, correct? What was the other one that we didn't quite get to yet?
I think that one's called the Journal of Forensic Sciences. Correct.
And are you a member of that academy?
No.
But you subscribe to the journal, in other words, because it publishes in a wide area of forensic sciences, including forensic medicine and pathology. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and so even though it doesn't exclusively deal with your field in part, that journal does. Is that true?
Yes.
Now, is there an organization? Do you read
Yes.
conferences, name conferences,
We might.
and
Yes.
okay, other than the name conferences, what conferences? Just give the jury a general example how you keep up. Now, what do you do to do?
It's written. Also, the journals, as Mr.
rest of information in your field that would be pertinent to cases like this. Is that true?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned Dr. Demise, where he has done a lot of research and published on the aspect of gunshot wounds. Is that correct?
Yes.
In that particular area, that subspecialty,
It says it's my internet connection, and I don't see how. Because I just upgraded it, greatly upgraded it, and I thought everything would fly when I upgraded it, and it's not. The only thing is I can upload a YouTube video like crazy. I mean, the speed has increased on uploads amazingly well. But everything else is still super, or seems super, super sluggish as far as streaming goes. So I don't know what's going on. And I don't know who IT Goatee is. Does he have a YouTube channel? I don't. My only other thing that I know to do is call my internet provider and go up to the next level, which is 2 gigs up and 2 gigs down. I know, but it's aggravating. If it aggravates me, I know it's got to aggravate you guys. And I want my channel to grow, and it's not going to grow if every time I live stream I have all these technical issues. I mean, I love you guys for putting up with it, for sure. And I know you guys don't care, and you're probably tired of hearing me complain about it all the time, but I want to grow my channel, and I don't want to be a channel known as, oh yeah, I can't watch her because she's buffering all the time, or she's always crashing, or, you know. So let's try this again. I want to try to get done with the doctor today. He's long. He's got like 5 or 6 parts to his testimony.
specialty within forensic pathology. Is that true?
Yes.
Now, when we were, when didn't quite get that, tell me what you said.
Sure, I'll correct that. I'm not an expert on gunshot, the actual handguns. Many of the ammunition of what are called firearms, whether it be a small handgun, rifles, firearms can cause that pertain to the body. Outside the body, I'm not. That include the ballistics also, I'm not an expert on.
Okay. Gunshot wounds, is that correct?
Yes.
And he's recognized as the leading or preeminent authority on gunshot wounds in the United States, if not the world. Is that true?
Yes.
And you've actually consulted reference work books. It's for you to do that, journals regarding gunshot wounds as it relates to this case. In other words, why didn't you know that maybe before, or had experience with that before?
Guns are very rare. And I wanted to, I've always been training as a clinician from Minnesota, not from Minnesota, but I train in Minnesota. They're very big on what else can it be? That's your what's called differential diagnosis. You may home in on an area like interval gunshot wound, just for our sake, what we're discussing today. We know it's a homicide.
every time I do a speed check, it comes out that my speed is what it's supposed to be.
Because we're the ones ultimately that'll check that box, whether it's a homicide, et cetera. And the same with Dr. DeMaio. Quality of evidence, what's presented to you, and including the circumstances, and come to an opinion. So you have to put in all these different information. So if they don't respond to the nitroglycerin, which is what a lot of ER doctors will give a patient that comes in, hook them up to the EKG monitor, start running tests right away. Well, if they rule out that quickly enough, then they might think of maybe acid reflux as another possibility of causing the chest pain. Or it might be what's called an aortic dissection. Something might be tearing apart because the patient has high blood pressure. So other things they may be thinking about other than just homing in on just a heart attack. So that list gets long, by the way. Or they could have problems with their cartilage in their ribs on the chest that can mimic a heart attack. It scares patients to death, differential or ruling out other things.
Okay, and along with that, somebody can go to one doctor and get a second opinion and actually get two different opinions based upon the same symptoms, essentially. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and as a forensic pathologist, even though you're not dealing with live individuals, the same thing essentially can occur. Is that also true?
Yes.
Now, we talked a bit about the concept of interoral gunshot wounds being rather rare for homicides. You mentioned you had one in your career. And when was that in your career, as far as your... Okay, so out of the 3,100 homicide, correct?
That's
Okay. Okay, we're all classifying, explain that to the jury.
and that's generally
Intentional would be, don't you classify it in even purposes, accidental sometimes, but self-inflicted, things of that nature?
that depends on the circumstances.
But I wanted to kind of ask you some additional foundation.
I'm wondering if it's my computer. Maybe my computer just can't handle it. Because I don't have a top of the line computer.
Actually went with you to the death scene, and they did certain things, and they did things that were different than what you did. Is that correct?
Yes.
So first of all, and what is her job classification and the role that she played in going to this death?
By her previous training, she is an RN, which her goal is, or job is, in a case like this, she actually took me to the death scene body.
Dang it, StreamYard. StreamYard quit muting me. It can't be my computer because the computer used to do it fine, no problem. It didn't start doing this until they started adding all the extra features to StreamYard.
And home in strictly on the body, make sure everything's contained. For example, with Ms. Clarkson, that things aren't removed improperly, but that's at the death scene, which didn't happen, of course, in this case. But she made sure all that was in control, and that's mainly her role. And then, of course, to get the circumstances what happened. So she gets the same story that I'm going to hear, detective, what initially happened. So she's getting ready besides doing a cursory body exam, and that's mainly her function.
Okay, we'll get back to her maybe in a little bit more detail, but essentially you're employed by, is that correct?
Yeah. Yes.
And the coroner's office, is it what kind of an entity is it? Is it a separate entity than like the district attorney's office, department, et cetera?
Yes, it is.
It functions as an independent agency?
The LA County Coroner's Office has a medical examiner's office division, which is where the doctors are in the science part, including our toxicologists and coroner criminalists. And then the other side is the investigator.
Okay, she goes there to investigate, to help you do that. Is that true?
Yes.
And one area that she involves herself in, as far as the circumstances, is of death. For example, if there's a gun involved, she might get some information to you regarding the type of gun. Is that true?
Yes.
And, the type of bullets in the gun, et cetera. Is that true?
Yes.
And then will she also be in charge of making sure that evidence is seen?
If necessary, she can do some of that. She had our criminal / toxicologist, Linton division, come out
and Ms. Lintamoot, and she actually collected the evidence. She was what's known as a criminalist. Is that correct?
Correct. I'm sorry, a coroner criminalist.
Coroner criminalist. Okay. Why don't you explain to the jury what the difference is between what a coroner criminal versus what Ms. Nilsson would do as an investigator in this particular.
For instance, Ms. Linton would collect evidentiary items that she sees on the body. This case this night, she finds what she thinks is a hair on Ms. Clarkson's slip. So she made sure to collect that. I witnessed that. What's called a gunshot residue test on the hands, one for the left and one for the right on Ms. Clarkson that same night at the death scene. She did some other adhesive, recall what that was for. And I believe she collected a fragment, looked like a tooth, that was seen on Ms. Clarkson's over the abdomen area, if I recall correctly. I think that later turned out to be a tooth fragment. Those are things that Ms. Linton would be looking for, and she's trained for that on the body that deals with the body. In contrast, Ms. Nelson, Barbara Nelson, would be collecting evidence, if necessary, if she was alone, like fingernail clippings, scrapings, hair samples. But in this case, Ms. Linton went ahead and did everything. So they kind of cross-cover each other. But more importantly, Ms. Linton was also trained to do what's called a sexual assault kit, which is additional Linton would do. And that was done in this case.
Okay. Now, sometimes when there's a question about time of death, when a death occurred, they do some things to check on that, or you do some things regarding that also. Is that true?
Yes.
Now, sometimes do they ever get involved in or what sex and things?
We here. black slip by missing. And sometimes that may or may not be helpful in terms of time of death, but we collected it.
Okay. Basically, that occurred because basically it was a long time before you and your investigators got there. Isn't that true?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. We pretty much, in this case, time of death is not much an issue. Is that true?
That's true.
Okay, so that just was sort of an. I want to get back to the idea of your helpers, basically, Miss Nelson and Miss Lintemoot, and what their roles are. Part of their duties is to not only do the work that you just described, but document by way of making records as to what they do. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay, so they take notes of what they observe, and you can go back and look at that yourself to what did at the particular scene. To refresh your memory, you would go back to remember that if you don't remember it when it happened. Is that true?
Yes.
Did they tell you about statements that were made by Mr. Spector, both initially and later on that particular day?
Yes.
Okay, when he got to the police station, for example, did they indicate what statements were made and what his, when he was sat down and interviewed regarding this particular event?
I vaguely, but I remember something about the station statement, and also, of course, when I was at the scene.
Okay.
I was told also, yes.
And the forensic consider all the information that comes to conclusion as to cause and manner of death. Is that correct?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, so certain information, I take it, is of value to you. In other words, that you give it some, you may not give it much, but you consider it all true. So, value. So, with reference to and to example, rigor mortis, and you documented that, and Ms. Nilsson wrote notes about your findings concerning that, correct?
Yeah.
So she kind of helps you by sort of being a scribe as to what you're saying and what you're doing. Is that true?
Yes.
Now, and would the same be of Ms. Lintemoot? In other words, did she show you things that she let her do her job independently?
I let her do her job independently.
That's sort of a different role that she was playing. Isn't that correct?
That is correct.
She dealt with collecting items from the body, like, for example, in her note, she says something about maybe a portion of acrylic nails, possibly from her dress, but it turned out that might be correct.
I don't set your note here, and I best look at it if that's.
Well, we'll get to those later.
Okay.
We're going to go through these sort of methodically here, Dr.
Okay.
Pena, and I wanted to, kind of go through them in order. So
Sure.
we'll get to those. And now, when it comes to gunshots and gunshot wounds, you mentioned that you've dealt with those a number of times before. Is that correct?
Yes.
Give us an idea in your career, and I believe you've mentioned that you've done about 3,300 autopsies. About how many of those were gunshot wound cases, just in general, ballpark? I'm not asking for the
Sure.
exact count.
It'd be about between 800 and 900.
Okay, and those would be self-inflicted, homicides, accidentals, kind of a whole range of modes. Is that correct?
Actually, those are mainly homicides. The other ones, if you add them on, probably make it a little bit higher, but I don't know how much, maybe over 900, let's say.
Okay,
Yeah.
900 plus gunshot wound cases. Is that correct?
Yes.
So you must have learned a lot about guns and how they behave and what forces are involved in gun deaths. Is that true?
To the best of my ability, yes.
Okay, but you're not claiming to be a specialist in this particular area of forensic pathology of gunshots and how guns behave and what dynamics occur with reference to a gun firing. Is that
No.
true? You're not claiming to be an expert in that particular subspecialty, are you?
That's correct.
I wanted to ask you to take a look at an exhibit that I brought here, and it's It's just a generic picture of a gun. And I want you to take a look at that, and I want to ask you a few questions about that if you don't mind. Do you particular picture, Dr. Pena?
Yes,
Now, you recognize that because it's in this book, Spitz and Fisher, Medical Legal Investigation of Death. Is that correct?
I believe so. I couldn't remember if it was in that one or DeMiles. I forgot.
Okay, well, I've got the page here, and I'll have you take a look at it. May I approach, Charles?
Yes.
Does it help you refresh your memory?
Sure, no, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Okay. For the record, 608. Now, this is basically a slow motion or high-speed photography of a gun going off that is used to educate pathologists like you as to the dynamics of a weapon firing. Is that true?
Yes.
I want to talk a little bit about that so that we can kind of understand what's involved in a gunshot wound, particularly a gunshot wound where the gun is fired close to a human body. Now, in addition to the bullet that you talked extensively about in your testimony, is there anything else that comes out of the gun other than the bullet that concerns you as a forensic pathologist when you look at the cause of death and the manner of death?
Well, there's a number of things. There could be, of course, the gunpowder
Okay.
itself that's driving the bullet out down the out the muzzle. In this case, where you're seeing it here. Also, there's what's called stippling that we talked about earlier. Those are like unburned or burnt powder burning as it comes out. It's another variable. You can also have, depending on how much the weapon's been used, there's another term sometimes used called lead foul, O-U-L-I-N-G. And sometimes, since the gun's been used a lot, it'll kind of start shredding the bullet apart and lead fragments will start coming out. Also, that can happen along with the jacket. So it could be torn apart a little bit. And what else? I'm not really an expert on that, but that's just a little general background.
Okay. And I want to talk in generalities to some extent, but the information that you learn about a gun and firing basically is exclusive to forensic pathology. In other words, you're interested in his own pathology. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You haven't taken any special education or courses in firearms to learn about how they work, except as it relates to your profession as a pathologist.
That's correct.
So in this case, we've just got an example of a gun firing, and you recognize that as the bullet. Is that correct?
Yes.
And these little sparks and everything, what are they?
You know, I don't know, to be honest with you. I don't know what that is.
Okay, that's a little beyond your expertise, I take it. Is
Yes.
that correct? Okay, but obviously, if a weapon is fired in close proximity to a human being, these hot sparks, I'll call them sparks, might have some evidentiary significance. Is that true, Dr. Pena?
Yes.
Now, it looks like a cloud that is here. What is that?
I believe that's gunpowder.
Okay, where does it go?
Well, depending on the distance it is from the skin, that can disperse out into the air. So if you're a couple feet away from a person and that's discharge intended to go to that person, 2.5 feet perhaps further, again, depending on the weapon, depending on the powder, that actual powder that you're seeing there could disperse. However, if it's close enough to the person or to the target, that powder will get distributed on somewhere, perhaps their clothing or on the person's skin itself.
Okay, and you look at that because it might assist you in explaining the cause of death. In other words, how far the gun was away from the person or how close it was, those issues. Is that true?
Yes.
And basically, when the bullet is fired within the gun, it creates an explosion, essentially, in simple terms.
Yes.
And then it moves the projectile out. Is that correct?
Yes.
And actually, the gases that get created from this explosion, actually, some of them can get in front of the bullet. They get out of the barrel before the bullet itself, correct?
Yes.
So these gases are moving very rapidly. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And would you also agree that there's a lot of gas and combustion that occurs, and depending upon the type of ammunition, more or less gets created?
Correct.
And did you investigate this at all as far as the weapon in this particular case by looking at a report by Barbara Nelson as to the type of gun and the ammunition and that type of thing?
On Barb Nelson, she only described the type of weapon and the number of rounds in the revolver itself, and that was it, if I recall correctly.
Okay, but you relied upon her report, whatever that is. She has like there's actually a form that's filled out called a gunshot residue report or gunshot data report.
Gunshot data report, that's correct.
You've got the name correct. And then now, would it make a difference if a gun was fired near somebody as opposed to being fired inside somebody? In other words, would it make any difference as to how those gases all spread out and dissipate?
Yes.
Okay. And why would that make a difference? If let's say I was from here to you and you were shot, God forbid, or I was very close to you, like I was almost right up to you, what difference would that make as far as this massive gas cloud that gets created when a bullet is fired from a weapon?
The gas cloud in a very confined area, for instance, in the oral cavities we discussed earlier, would stay confined in the oral cavity as much as it would, of course, if the weapon had been placed to the head, it would be driven in. And again, the cranial cavity, like the oral cavity, are very confined areas. And the gases would get literally trapped in there, or they'll be forced further back. As opposed to what Mr. Plur described earlier, if I was being shot from that distance, the cloud would disappear basically, but the bullet may strike me.
Right. Now, would it also make a difference if there was an exit wound? In other words, as far as once the gases got in the body, if there's an exit wound, would that make a difference as to what might happen as a result of a gunshot wound or gun wound?
I don't quite understand your question. I'm sorry.
In other words, in this case, there was no exit wound.
Correct.
Okay, which means that the bullet didn't leave the body, and the gases didn't leave the body through the hole that the bullet created when it left the body, because there was no hole for it to leave from, correct?
Well, that's correct. But actually, the gases are going to be dispersed, so that they're going to be dispersed well before that bullet. Let's say if it did exit, they're not going to follow the bullet completely out. They're going to be trapped with the soft tissue, et cetera. And the bullet will do its thing no matter where it exits. So that's important to hopefully you understand that.
Okay. And for the record, Your Honor, we've been referring to this particular exhibit, and I forgot what order, or the next in order was.
The next would be double F.
Double F, thank you. Okay. Now, if we could have the close-up of this same weapon, and it would be double G, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay. Now, this is a picture of the same gunfire, only now we're just looking at the person holding the weapon. And again, it's right out of Dr. Spitz's book. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And it's, in fact, it's what you looked at to kind of learn what you see here, that this example of what happens when a gun is fired, as far as this cloud of gas, it doesn't just go forward and involve the body or the person that is the object of the gun firing. It actually deals with the person that might be holding the weapon. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you know a little bit about that as a forensic pathologist, because who's holding the weapon is of particular concern. Is that true?
Yes.
And you have to know about the differences between a revolver and a automatic weapon when it comes to these gases and what happens and where the evidence goes and so forth. Is that also true?
Yes.
So looking at Exhibit G here, you see that what it shows is these gases. Need to back that up. There we go. Exhibit GG, excuse me. And the person firing the gun can get gases in and around their hand. Is that true?
Yes.
And on their clothing, is that correct?
In general, yes.
Okay. And the area where the revolver holds the bullets is known as what, Dr. Pena?
A barrel?
That's the part that the bullet goes down, is the barrel. But the here, do we call that the cylinder?
Or chamber, yeah, something like
the
that.
cylinder holds bullets and it revolves, and then one bullet can be fired and then it can be moved in one after another, basically.
Correct.
Okay, so, and then this back part, that would be the trigger.
Yes.
The cylinder and the area are important to.
I'm sorry, for the record, to the hammer?
Excuse me, the hammer, I'm sorry, I was looking at the trigger. The hammer that fires the bullet.
Yes.
Okay, and the area there, gases escape from those also, is that correct?
Yes.
And basically, do they have a particular name associated with them as far as where those gases escape?
I don't know that.
Have you ever heard the term cylinder gap?
Yes, I have.
Okay, what's your understanding of that term, Dr. Pena?
Well,
This appears to be on the foundation.
Well, he indicated he's not an expert on guns, but he may have some knowledge as it relates to how gases and other or sooting might end up on someone's body. So I'll allow an inquiry into that area. Okay, proceed.
Okay, cylinder gap, and what's your understanding of how that is import to the type of work that you do?
Basically, because I think of it real simple as a revolver, and when it's discharged, a lot of the gases can escape through the, you know how it's 6-chambered or rounded with the bullets in there, a lot of the gases can escape through other areas of that. I'm calling it a chamber around that revolver, other than an automatic where everything's going to be confined and out straight, if I understand correctly. And then the gases can come out. In other words, a gap. So best example I can give you, let's say that I'm holding it right here with my hand and I fire here. If someone's standing here, they can actually get some of the gas, some even stippling, you want to call it, or umber powder, come onto there, or they're clean. As I'm standing, I fire, that can go over this way. And that's how I understand cylinder gap.
Okay, and when you said clothing, pointing to your sleeve, in other words, some holding a gun, in addition to their hand having this of evidence, you might find some on their sleeve of they're wearing a IM. You might want to look at the part closest to where the gun is. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the same would be true on the opposite hand. You could look at that and see if there's any residue there, these particles. Is that true?
That's correct.
And you don't do that yourself. You rely on criminalists to do that, and then you rely on their conclusions. Is that true?
Yes.
And is that what you did in this case?
Yes.
And who was the criminalist regarding the gunshot residue that you relied upon, or criminalists if there were more than one?
Well, that'd be the LA Sheriff's Crime Lab. It's like a team effort. So I know Mr. Jim Carroll was involved, of course, Dr. Lynn Harrell, and I think perhaps one other individual whose name I don't recall.
Okay, and you relied on their work and their conclusions to help assist you in coming to the opinions that you've given today before this jury?
Some of it, yes.
Okay. Did you consider all of it and weigh it based upon, what degree you felt it was either important or
Yes.
considered all that information? Is that true?
Yes, I did.
The totality of the circumstances, so to speak.
Yes.
Now, I want to get back to sort of how it all begins with Ms. Nelson and her investigative reports, and I want to put on that gunshot residue data sheet that we talked about. That's a document that is in your filing system. Do you recognize this? And we'll mark this next in order, Your Honor, which would be.
Yes.
I've got to get a copy of that to make sure. You recognize what's been now marked as HH, Dr. Pena?
Yes.
First of all, at the bottom, if we could highlight that bottom portion as far as the date and authentication of what this item is, I'd like to do that. You recognize that as Ms. Nelson's signature, there being a ID number of herself and a date of 2303.
Yes.
And what is would that be associated with this particular case? In other words, the case of decedent Lana Clarkson?
Yes. Yes, it is.
And looking at the case number that Mr. Jackson talked about in the top right-hand corner, we could highlight that for a moment. The case number 2003-00937 would be the case number that's unique to Lana Clarkson and so forth. Is that correct?
Yes.
And essentially what Ms. Nelson does is gather information for you because you want all the information so that you can consider it as to what there is to do or not do in this case. Is that true?
Yes.
And for example, male, female, that was pretty clear. Whether she was right-handed or left-handed, in this case, that was unknown. Is that also correct?
At that time, that's
Okay.
correct.
And later on, you learned left-handed.
Ms. Clarkson is right-handed.
And just like Mr. Spector, you learned that he was right-handed. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And
The jury's admonished to disregard it.
how did you learn that Ms. Clarkson was right-handed?
Through medical reports from a neurologist.
And did you, well, we'll get to the other foundation later. Now, this particular document that we'll call a gunshot residue data sheet basically filled out by Miss Wilson after she went. In other words, once you guys got home from your work at the death scene. Is that true?
Yes.
And basically, she put on this particular data sheet that this was homicide as opposed to it being an accident, suicide, questionable accident homicide, questionable accident suicide, questionable suicide homicide, investigator request rush, whatever that means. In other words, she categorized that after she conferred with you and made certain calls in this case. Is that true?
Yes.
And you assisted her in formulating the investigative information. Is that true, Doctor?
Actually not, that's for independently revision. Her super will sign the report and we disagree and make corrections as necessary.
Okay, do you remember if her supervisor actually went to the scene or not?
She did not.
When she took notes at the scene itself, she didn't wait to write those like this document is created. Is that true?
That's true.
Just to get the sequence of events as far as her investigative work, if we could look down, if we could look down and highlight some of the other areas, the next block. Level of this particular document, it tells you the type of, is that correct?
Yeah.
Type of ammunition, the brand that's, in this case, Spear, and it's a 38 caliber gun.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Yes.
So you actually developed and learned this information before you did the postmortem examination. Is that true?
But I don't recall seeing this in the file at the time, but usually it is there. You're probably right.
Okay, but if you didn't get it in writing, you would have verbal written of it so that you would be better prepared to do the medical evaluation that you did at the autopsy. Is that true?
That's true.
Okay. And what's in the gun and so forth. Okay? Is that, we've kind of gone over that fairly
Yes.
thoroughly? Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now if we could have Ms. Nelson's investigative document up there, which I believe is 2056. And have the mark I.
The witness, and I don't know that it needs to be published at this point to the hearsay. Cross-examining what's on it doesn't need to be published to the jurors at this point.
Take it off the screen, please.
Do you have that document I before you, Dr. Faye?
Oh, yes. Just give me a second.
You like
I do.
all right?
Counsel, could you give me the date on that?
It's 2 through 3, which is the date you and Ms. Nelson went to the scene. I actually have the exhibit itself. here.
Okay, so compare. Thank you.
And I wanted a copy of it. Do you recognize that being Ms. Nelson's investigative note that she created when she went to the scene that's part of your file record in this? Pena?
Actually, Mr. Port, this is my right. I'm sorry. I did this. I made a couple of notes, and this is one of them.
Okay.
I don't recognize your handwriting versus hers.
That's okay.
Okay,
Yeah.
so can we,
Since it's his, note, Your Honor, can I have it published?
Is there any objection at this point, Mr. Jackson?
It's still hearsay.
Okay. Pardon? The objection may contain admissible matters. It may contain inadmissible matters. When you put it in front of the jury, the whole document, they may be viewing things that they're otherwise not permitted to see.
okay, I'll lay the
Okay.
foundation now.
All right.
Dr. Pena, your job with the coroner's office as a forensic pathologist, you have certain duties that you're required to ace, and you were asked to go to the death scene. You don't really have a choice. You go to do that because that's part of your job, correct?
Yes.
And then also part of your job, just like Ms. Nelson, you're required to document what you do once you get to the death scene. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you're required to write down notes of, and rely.
Yes.
And you have a duty and an obligation to do your note taking correctly. Is that correct?
Yes.
In other words, you don't put things that you guess happened or you think may have happened. You put what you see or don't see. Is that true?
Yes.
And sometimes you note things affirmatively, like if you see something, investigation taking, and things that you don't see, the absence of a particular item. Is that true?
Yes.
And this note that you of the Los Angeles coroner's office, is that correct?
Yes, it does.
Becomes a record in the coroner's file. Is that true?
Yes.
And have you had a chance to look at this to refer? Okay. And did you also look at it to determine whether it was fair and accurate as to what you saw and what you observed when you went to the death scene for Lana Clarkson on the 3rd of February of 2003?
Yes.
And is this note fair and accurate as far as what you observed and what you took down as far as your observations?
Except for one point at the very end.
Okay. And what point is that, Dr. Payne?
It's my mistake. A time arrived back at the office. In other words, once I'm done at the death scene, I came back to the office and I know at the time I arrived back at the coroner's office, I put down 1850 hours, which is, what time is that in the regular time? Sorry.
In real time, I think it has something to do with.
What is it?
6:50 p.m.
Yeah, 6:50 in the.
Well, we were going good there for a little while. Come on, StreamYard. Thank you.
Office, you put down the wrong time. Is that correct?
Correct.
But that's the last thing you did on this particular note is when you got back to the office, that sort of concluded this one-page note. Correct?
Yes.
So you would, you obviously put the address where you were seen, et cetera. Is that true?
Yes.
So what was your purpose in doing this particular note, Dr. Pena?
Just to be conscientious of where I'm going, the time where I'm at. So
The exception. The question is, what's the official record? Is it your report or is it your notes?
that's a good question. Actually,
That's why I asked it.
well, in this case here, because there's so much going on, not be on the next page, which may not be in my final autopsy report, because there is an autopsy report which has the death scene. That's okay, but that's why these 42 are important. There are note forms that we use. They don't become part of the official autopsy report. You got to understand that. But they're part of the autopsy coroner file, as Mr. Plord said. That is correct. But sometimes you do have to refer to them because they can help you and picture everything back together. And I did it in this case. That's correct.
Okay.
Are you required to keep those as part of, does the coroner require you to keep those as part of your job, to take notes on that form?
Yes.
Okay, and are they maintained as part of the official file?
Yes, they are.
When you take them, do you have a duty to be accurate at the time they're taken?
Well, to the best of your ability, that's correct.
Of course that.
Yeah.
Okay, they are part of the official record, and therefore,
Aye.
and they may be public.
Correct.
Called a worksheet where notes are required. And you, as part of the staff at the coroner's office, are required to actually use this form in conjunction with your work in this case. But they do it and they record what they do based upon their job responsibilities. Is that correct?
Basically, yes.
Okay. So once we go through this form, and I apologize for not understanding how to read your handwriting. You have a doctor's handwriting, Dr. Pena, and I appreciate that, but I wanted to focus your death. This is the opinion that you've testified to here on this particular case today, and you also addressed that issue on that particular date. Is that true?
Yes.
And that was based upon your observation of the body before you got back to the medical examiner's office that night. Is that true?
That's correct.
See, that even appalled StreamYard. It was so appalled it shut it down. That is true, Ardo, and I think that is very stupid. How can you be a medical examiner, well, a coroner, but that's what you're doing. You're being a medical examiner with no experience.
You, when you were
Darn it. It separated my windows again. I hate when it does that.
at the scene, you weren't actually doing anything all the time. Is that correct?
I'm sorry.
You weren't actually looking at the body. In other words, the focus of your attention all the time that you were there. Is that correct?
Most of the time I was focused on the body.
Okay, but you mentioned that you were talking to detectives and getting information. You mentioned you heard about statements made, for example, by Mr. Spector at the scene as well as later on at the police station at some point in time. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is it typical for you to get kind of a briefing when you get there to kind of get an overall perspective as to what might be?
To entry to that home in this
Okay,
case.
tell the jury what you did to get that perspective. And I don't want a rendition of all the facts you were told or the circumstances you were told, but what's the process like? If you could explain that to the members of the jury.
Sure. Miss Investigator Barbara Nelson and I arrived at this home. We got out of the car and approached by, it was Detective, I'll never forget, Lilienfeld from the LA Sheriff's Department. And he came up and briefed us on the story and what happened. I won't go into any more details you heard earlier. From their perspective,
I don't know, Ardo. I don't know. I don't know how it happens either. Okay, we're not going to get through all of his testimony today because by the time we get done with this one, I'm going to be so fed up with StreamYard that I just can't take anymore. I don't know why this keeps happening. I know other people is having problems, but I seem to be getting it worse than most. when they I don't know how to put them back together, and it takes me longer to switch between them.
Okay, intraoral gunshot wounds are commonly seen in the mouth. If someone's going to commit suicide to the head, most common site's the right temple.
Just gave.
There's a number of studies. One is just personal observation from our own office, Daly County Coroner's Office, because we see these every year. We see a lot of them.
Okay.
Also, textbooks that will give some types of data. And I know Dr. DeMille has had a paper out. I know Kentucky's put a paper out. California, another area, did some studies. And
darn it, nobody wants to watch purple screen.
Another gentleman from San Diego did a study also. And that's how I've kind of concluded what I just told you.
Okay, and when you say studies, you really mean some research that is done, that is published, so that other pathologists like yourself can learn. So would it be true that the most common method of suicide or self-inflicted wounds that people die from are gunshots? Would that be a fair statement?
Yes.
Okay, and would it also be true that the most common site is the temple of the head? Is that correct?
That's correct.
And the second most common site is the interoral or inside the mouth. Is that correct?
Depending on the sex.
Only,
Yes.
okay. Do males tend to shoot themselves in the mouth, inside the mouth, more often than females for some reason?
Yes.
Okay, and what's the difference between the two, if you happen to know from the studies, if you could give us a ballpark?
I could give you just a ballpark. Women in general tend to do not like to shoot themselves in the head. More often than not, they'll shoot themselves. If they're going to use a firearm, it'll be in the chest or abdomen, more likely the chest. And that whole
Okay, you guys had a purple screen. I don't know if you heard that. Did you hear that? That made no sense. He said the percentages are, well, I don't even know how he said it because it didn't make any sense. He said 50%. He's talking about men and women. 50% shoot theirself in the head, and 14%, or no, 50% in the temple, 14% in the mouth. Men and women. That's not 100%. Okay. I don't know if y'all heard that. I'm going to try to back it up. Do you guys, when it goes purple, do you hear anything? I don't know. I'm so aggravated right now.
more likely the chest. And that holds true. I'd have to look at our office. Again, we don't have anything published out at this point. But as far as using the head, again, women will prefer much more, if they're going to use the head, the temple rather than inside the mouth.
Do you know how it really breaks down, what the studies show in that regard?
The studies, I can't, would prefer the temple overall. Oral would be around 14%, so it drops dramatically.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
That's fine.
Oh, and then as far as the chest and abdomen, women would go combined would be like 23%. Men would be a lot lower, maybe like 15%. And that's actually a study by Dr. DeMaio, because I have his. Anyway, that just gives you an idea of a breakdown.
Okay, you mentioned that your office has collected information, and I take it you're relying on, to some extent, on that information also?
Well, we haven't collected any. It's just personal observing and talking to other colleagues that I work with. Mm-hmm. It breaks down interesting enough, so I can learn.
Judy, go ahead. Go ahead if you need to. I don't want this to bother anybody. Go ahead and take a time out if anybody needs to. That's fine.
Okay, and you mentioned that your office hasn't published anything on it. When you do a publication, do you have to sort of document the reliability of the data before you can publish it?
Absolutely.
In other words, that the data really shows what you're proposing and show reliable. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, have you ever published anything in this particular area?
Not in this area, no.
Okay. Have you published anything in any area of forensic pathology relating to gunshot wound deaths?
Not to gunshot wounds, no.
How about anything related to self-inflicted or have taken a particular interest in it as an expert in the field of forensic pathology?
I like the heart. It's always been one of my favorite areas, and I have a recent I work on. I also give lectures up at the USC Medical Center, the cardiology department, on forensic pathology, but that's teaching to help them become better cardiologists. So that's some of my functions.
Okay. Now, with reference to your work as a forensic pathologist, I want to kind of move to the subject area, Dr. And I want to talk about out of the body would that or material that companies refer to that as something in medicine. In coming to
when it comes to shooter's hand or on the shooter or whoever is nearby, I believe those are the terms that have been used.
Okay, so blowback, blood spatter, those are the two terms that you're familiar with. Is that correct?
Yes.
And have there been studies in that subject area similar to the studies that deal with where people tend to shoot themselves?
Yes.
And is Dr. DeMaio, is he another one that studies that also, since he deals with guns?
I'm sorry. Yes, he does. He references in his book a gentleman, Betts, B.E. I can't remember, but they wrote a...
Helps educate pathologists like you on this subject area. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay, and you rely upon his books and his publications to come to the opinions that you're giving in this particular case. Is that true?
Yes, and one other thing just to point out, while doing that, I've done in the past, because I like research, is I'll go and look at the references that are given in the book on some of them and just check the validity to make sure that they're not being misinterpreted. So I do that to help myself learn.
How did Dr. DeMaio do as far as the references? They were legitimate as far as?
Oh, good.
I'm sure he appreciates that.
Where is he?
He's right in here.
Oh,
There he is.
okay.
And Dr. Pena, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so he's been in the field for many years, many decades, is that correct?
Yes.
Recognized by all of the 400 forensic pathologists in the United States as well as in the world, is that correct?
That's correct.
His book is published in many different.
Sustained.
So we've talked about blood spatter, and you also use the term blowback, and there's a difference between those two terms. Is that correct, Dr. Pena?
Yeah, don't ask because I don't know the difference. I'm sorry.
Okay. But if somebody gets, is that correct?
Yes.
Foundation.
Are you able to testify to that based upon your expertise?
No, I can't.
The objection sustained, the answer is
Okay.
taken.
When the word blowback implies something coming back as opposed to going forward, is that true?
Foundation.
Again, are you able to answer this based upon your personal knowledge and expertise?
No.
All right, the objection sustained.
Is there a difference? Well, who is the person that you rely upon, if any, other than the publications and the documents that you referred to as far as the references that you rely upon to interpret issues of blood spatter? Let's talk about that subject area first.
Assumes facts not enough.
Sustained to the way the question is phrased. You may rephrase it.
In this particular
Ardo, I kind of like that. The purple silence. I don't like that it's winning. Come on, StreamYard. Okay, I guess we're done. I guess we're just done. I guess I'm gonna have to do something. I suppose I will have to email StreamYard again. They didn't email me back the last time. Either that or I'm going to have to learn to use OBS. I tried Restream and it worked except for the fact that my microphone didn't work. And I did not like not sounding good with just the computer microphone. Which I guess that's not a horrible sacrifice to make, considering if it works. Although I like having good sound. I don't know what to do. I mean, I live way out in the country, but 1 meg up and 1 meg down should be sufficient to stream. The only other thing I can figure is it's my computer, but back when I did the Ashley Benefield trial, I think even during the Sarah Boone trial, I didn't have any problems. I can't remember when I started having problems. So, I don't know. I don't know what to do. I guess I'm going to check out the IT. What was his name? I don't know. I have to look back through chat. IT Goatee? Yeah, IT Goatee. I guess I'm going to have to email that guy and say, what do I do? It was doing it before I added the second monitor, though. Of course, Judy. I don't want anybody to get triggered from anything I do. That when I was doing the true crime videos, I would even say at the beginning, this is about kids or this is about, whatever. If you might not want to watch this one. So I hate this. I just hate this. Because I love doing this and I love you guys. And, you guys are my ride or die people that are going to be here no matter what. But I do want my channel to grow. I know you guys will always be here, but I want my channel to grow. And I know people aren't going to, most people aren't going to want to watch when it keeps crashing and buffering. And so I got to fix it if I want my channel to grow. So, and the reason why I wanted a second monitor was because back during Sarah Boone, when I was reading all of her letters that she wrote every other day, I was reading letters and then I couldn't see comments from you guys. So I was reading, and what I was reading was covering the whole screen, and I was wondering, are they talking to me? Are they asking me questions? I don't know, because I can't see anything. Hey, Rodney. Yeah, I know. I'll get it figured out eventually. So I love my second monitor. In fact, a lot of times I'll put, if I'm just watching something, I'll put what I'm watching on my second monitor because it's bigger. No. Um, Restream worked fine, but my microphone, it didn't pick up my microphone for some reason. It said it was using my microphone, but you guys couldn't hear me. She did what now? Oh my God. That woman is cray cray. What? She's in prison. What in the world does she think she's gonna get? I'm not covering her. I'm not. I'm done with her. I'm not touching that. Why? She doesn't need alimony or child support or to even see her kid after what she's done. No. Oh, jeez. Why? Oh, I'm sorry. That's why I'm not doing her anymore. Because, and, okay, I'm a Christian and I believe in a God of second chances, but maybe I shouldn't even talk about that. I'll just say that there are a lot of people that hide behind religion. I'll just put it that way. That's all I'm going to say about that. That's all I'm going to say about that. Yeah, exactly. 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 I don't know. Seriously, what? Oh, I forgot to tell you guys. And you know what? They can actually do that. And it is. It's a funny image. I forgot to tell you guys, I forgot where it was. But there was a woman that was getting conjugal visits with her serial killer husband, and she was doing Bible study with him and urging him to be a better person. So he killed her during their conjugal visit. I forgot where it was. I meant to tell you guys about it. See, I get all kinds of, I don't even remember what all like newsletters and stuff I sign up for. I just get these things in my email. These random things pop up all the time. And I'm like, oh, I don't remember signing up for that one. So I got that one popped up the other day and I was like, oh my God. And I meant to tell y'all and I forgot. Yeah. Can a pen be used as a dangerous weapon? I mean, if you stick it in your jugular, I mean, you should take it away from her. Yeah, and she's still giving content to social media by doing that too. And didn't she say that we were like the mafia or something? She's still giving us content. I'm not touching it. Oh my God. I thought she didn't want to go pro se. She was forced to go pro se. That woman. See, it's fine if all we do is sit here and talk. It works perfectly. It's only when I'm streaming something. Or when I'm reading something, it's fine. So, and it says it's the internet connection. Because it will say having trouble connecting. And then it will say try connecting with an Ethernet cable. I'm connected with an Ethernet cable. So I don't understand. Okay, guys, I guess I'm going to go and try to figure out a workaround. I don't know what I'm going to do. But we'll do this in the morning. Try to pick up where we left off. And then when I get back from my doctor's appointment, we will do the Karen Reed hearing that I cannot wait. You guys, yesterday I kept trying to put together a little something about Karen Reed. Since there's only 5 of us here, I will go ahead and tell you. I might still do it. Was it the last hearing? I think it was the last hearing. They were talking about the harassment that the McCabe's had gotten, the McCabe's and the Alberts had gotten. And Bev had said that they opened that door. And Alan Jackson said, I didn't open that door. I was just asking normal questions and I didn't open that door. She just volunteered that information. I went back and I found that and I tried to clip it and I was going to make a video about it. And I don't know. I got aggravated with it and I was tired and I didn't feel good and I was just like, nah. But anyway, he did not open the door. He was asking a question, just have you talked to other people about the case? And she was all evasive, like, when? Well, what about? And he was just like, between then and now, about the case. Because she was evasive. Jim McCabe was evasive about everything she said. And everything was, well, can you show me where you're getting that from? Do you have something you can show me? And so finally he was just like, between then and now, have you talked to anyone about the case? And finally she said, yes, I've talked to them about all the harassment we've gotten. So he did not open that door. She volunteered the harassment. And then her daughter got up afterwards. And then when Lally was questioning her, she started crying and talking about the harassment. So like mother, like daughter. And it was not prompted in any way. They just volunteered that information. So then in the hearing, when Alan Jackson asked for it to not be brought up, and Kennedy said, oh, you opened that door. No, he did not open that door. He never opened that door. So instead of making a video, I told y'all. I might still make a video. I don't know. So I'm anxious for tomorrow. because I want them to get all their doo-doo together so we can start this trial. I'm getting anxious, and I'm not even on trial. Oh, I'm more forgiving for Allie too. I mean, was she a teenager back then? Or, well, I mean, still young adult. Either way, that's hard. But Jen is just a plain old biatch. She was, of all the witnesses, the most defensive, the most guilty looking, trying to hide something witness of any of them. I mean, and you don't have to. I know a lot of people think that body language is junk science. I think some of it is. I don't think all of it is, though. And I think you can tell just by the look on her face. You can tell. She's angry. Why? What is there to be angry about? Yeah, she lost her friend. Her friend died. But why are you so angry? I mean, I know. He was awesome. I have 2 words for Hank Brennan. Do it. And Judge Canoni was like, I said, I don't want you guys going at each other, personal attacks. It's not a personal attack. No, I'm serious. Do it. Do it. I will gladly cross-examine an expert. Do it. Absolutely. Do it. You know, and I watched stuff in this trial, in the Phil Spector trial, and I think, you know, he absolutely knows how to deal with this stuff because he dealt with it way back then from the other side. You know, discovery issues and you know, all this stuff. Yeah, and you know, now it's like what are they saying now that's junk science? Like teeth impressions, now they're saying it's junk science. Hair follicle stuff, fiber stuff is junk science. So much stuff that we've relied on for years now they're saying is junk science. But I think there's useful parts of all of it. You can't take it as a whole and say that it's absolute. I think you can use it to put a picture together. I think you can take it as part of the whole, but I don't think you can just say that that's the end all and be all. Like with Ted Bundy, with the teeth, they got his teeth impressions, and that was part of what convicted him. But they got a court order to do that, and they tricked him. They actually took him out of jail and drove him someplace, and he thought he was going somewhere else. I can't remember right now where they thought they were taking him. But that helped convict him. But there was another guy, they called him the Snaggletooth Killer, and they actually convicted the wrong guy on teeth impressions only, and he got exonerated. Yeah, I want to see that. Yeah, you told me about that, and I forgot to watch it yesterday. I want to watch that. That is unbelievable. Unbelievable. Yeah. I think a lot of times people think that real CSI is like TV CSI because they do pattern it on the real stuff. So I think that's why we get the false impression sometimes that it is really like that when it's not. I do too. I think body language analysis is more consistent because a lie detector test monitors your reaction to the test, not the answer to the questions. So there's actually people that cannot pass a lie detector test. There was a journalist, I forgot her name, but back in the 70s, she was investigating Scientology, and those people did some nasty, nasty things to this woman. They even planted this guy in the apartment building where she lived, and she became very close friends with him. I don't remember if it got romantic or not, but I think it was getting there if it hadn't already when she found out. And she kept going to the police saying they're doing these things to me. And they did lie detector test after test after test after test. She never passed. Never, never, never. And they finally got like a lie detector expert that did a test on her. And he determined that she is just the type of person. There's a name for it. I don't remember the name either. She's the type of person that cannot pass a lie detector test because she got so nervous and so worked up just taking the test itself that she had a negative reaction. You know, she had that reaction that comes out as negative, as showing deceptive, even though she wasn't being deceptive. I read her book. It's a really good book. I don't remember the name of the book either. You guys know I have chemo brain, so I don't remember these things. But so there, it is possible that you can be telling the truth to every single question and come out as deceptive. So that's why they're not admissible in court, because there are some people that just can't pass them. And like if you're a really anxious person, you're not going to pass a lie detector test. They don't tell whether or not you're lying. They just test your bodily reaction to being questioned. Yeah, judges have to take notes and pay super, super close attention. You know, I wouldn't want to be a judge because what if I missed something? What if I forgot something and made the incorrect ruling because my brain just like zoned out for 30 seconds and I missed something really important, you know? I, yeah. Uh, mm. The one thing that the one the one thing it's good for, the one thing a lie detector test is good for is cops can use it to trick someone into confessing to a crime. To me, that's the only reason, the only thing that's helpful. That's the only thing it's good for, which to me is a big waste of money because they can lie to you anyway. So they can trick you without the expenditure of a polygraph machine and a polygraph person and all that, and scaring a person to death because they're hooked up to this machine answering questions. I mean, and look at the Ramseys, John Benet Ramsey's parents. They took lie detector tests. I still don't know to this day whether or not they passed or not because they had people test them that they paid and they said they passed. And then when the cops test them, they said they failed. So what good does it do? It's stupid. Being too honest? How would being too honest? Now I know with behavior analysts, they say if you give too much information when you're asked a question, that is a sign of lying. Yeah, I know a lot of people that don't. No, 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 no. Wait, are you saying body language experts or experts in general? Because Rob is friends with Spidey, who is a body language expert. And Rob has been on Spidey's show. And Rob often spots stuff body language wise before Spidey does. Or they spot the same thing separately and then they get on the show together and they quiz each other and pick out the same things. Or are you just talking about experts in general? I am still upset about that one expert. The neurosurgeon guy that the Commonwealth asked for, because how can I get in touch with the defense? Because because they need another expert. They need an expert that knows the real way to get a contra crew injury. Because you can get it more ways than just falling backwards. You can get it from being punched in the face. So they need an expert that will get up there and say you can get a contra crew injury by being punched in the face. Or hit in the back of the head. Either way. Because it's when your brain bounces inside your skull. It doesn't have to be a fall backwards. Okay, guys, I'm going to go try to see what I can do about this stupid StreamYard thing. I might try OBS tomorrow. I don't like it as much, but it's harder to learn. I used it a little bit during Ashley Benefield because I had StreamYard. I had StreamYard for free back then, and you can only do so many hours of live streams free. So I had run out of hours. So I used OBS, but I didn't like it as much as StreamYard. And back then, StreamYard worked fine. So, and it was the same computer. So I don't know what's going on. Okay. I will see you guys in the morning. Bye.